ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start. Anyone who's at the back, please come down. Now's a good time. Thank you. Could I just ask any speakers who are up at the top section if they could come down to the front seats, please? Thank you. Okay, Yorraget. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 5th Geopolitical Summit here at the Danube Institute, co-organized by the Danube Institute and the Heritage Foundation. This year, our theme is the future of power, finding order in a time of chaos. My name is Callum Nicholson. I'm Director of Research here at the Danube Institute, and I'm going to be acting as Master of Ceremonies over the next 2 days. And my job is to make sure everything runs tightly to schedule. So hopefully it will. So with no further ado, I'm going to ask the president of the Danube Institute, John O'Sullivan, to come up and say a few words of welcome, and followed by James Carafano from the Heritage Foundation. John.
Ladies and gentlemen, is this going? Yes, it is. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, it's a pleasure and indeed a responsibility to welcome you to Budapest for the 5th Geopolitical Summit convened jointly by ourselves and the Heritage Foundation. Our subject could not be more urgent, nor our timing more apt. We meet at a moment when the global international order, once upheld by liberal institutions, global markets, and the promise of multilateral consensus, is apparently fragmenting. The pillars still stand, but the roof looks shaky. Are we watching the twilight of one system, or the dawn of something else, even if we can't yet name it, or some Hegelian synthesis of both? Some call the system that's struggling to emerge multipolarity. Others call it disorder. Some see only danger, others glimpse opportunity. Others look more coolly at the turbulent scene and say, alongside the wily opportunist played by Tony Curtis in the film Operation Petticoat, in confusion there is profit. But the essential truth that all must acknowledge is that the old guarantees are gone. The United States recalibrates under a new administration. Emerging powers from Delhi to Beijing assert themselves, and Europe struggles with internal dimensions. What once seemed settled now looks contingent. So, history teaches us that such moments of disruption can also be moments of renewal. In the late 1940s, in the midst of the rubble of war, a new order was forged. Not perfect, but durable for 3 generations. That was a great achievement. Millions of people lived entire lives, happy, productive, free lives during the period that the French still call the 30 Glorious Years. Central Europeans and Eastern Europeans will perhaps have a different take on that period. But the achievement tells us that in the face of economic volatility, cultural fragmentation, and shifting alliances, we are once again called to think clearly about the kind of order that might be built from the ruins of consensus. We have to do at least as well as our grandparents, or in my case, our parents. This summit is not a place for mourning the liberal age, nor for indulging in illusions of its effortless survival. It is a place to ask hard questions, and to ensure that we do not throw out the baby of ordered liberty with the bathwater of post-democratic wokeness. What forms of power, military, economic, technological, cultural, will shape the decades to come? How can nations preserve their sovereignty in a world of contested interdependence? Where can stability be found? In revived alliances, in regional partnerships, in civilisational identities as much as politics? And if we are to consider weakening institutions which have served us well, like NATO, have we truly considered whether most of the advertised substitutes will deliver a better defence at a lower cost or a lesser defence at a higher cost? Over the next 2 days, our panels will wrestle with these questions: the collapse of consensus, the decline of institutional legitimacy, the pressure of migration, the fragility of Europe's security architecture. None of these themes is any longer abstract. They go to the heart of how nations endure, how communities cohere, and how free people secure their future. Our gathering is conservative in the best sense, not nostalgic, not despairing, but determined to sift through the ruins for those enduring principles: sovereignty, responsibility, tradition, faith, the liberty of speech and of thought that we must preserve and widen, and the justice that can anchor us in times of flux. The justice which, as the assassination of Charlie Kirk has tragically just shown, the justice which, if not individual as well as social, will be injustice and worse. Injustice defended on abstract ideological principles at great human cost. Finally, both intellectually and morally, in all our discussions, we must remember the rebuke that George Orwell addressed to James Burnham in their historic quarrel, and I admire both men enormously. But we must never assume that because something is happening now, it will continue to happen indefinitely. That is a moral error as well as an intellectual one, and as Orwell said, it is not fully separable from cowardice. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've given you rather a daunting prospectus, but this is a serious occasion, and I'm delighted that we embark on this intellectual journey with so distinguished a company of scholars, statesmen, and thinkers. So I hope you will proceed, not with timidity, but with candour, with conviction, and perhaps a touch of the necessary courage. Thank you, and let us begin.
All right. Well, I just noticed I'm wearing the same tie. And I just want to say I have more than one tie. I did not know what I was going to talk about this morning, except I knew that I had to talk about Charlie Kirk. There are two reasons why Charlie Kirk was and is a man for our times, and they directly relate to this conference. One is what John talked about, the nature of the world that we live in. Look, I think the worst thing that we did, well, we did a lot of bad things, since the 1990s was to create this notion of great power competition. This is nonsense. No power in the world today has the capacity to establish a hard sphere of influence that looks anything like we've seen in the past. We're not going to have a repetition of the Cold War. We're not going to have British empires and Russian empires and Chinese empires. Nobody understands that better than Donald Trump. And Charlie Kirk, in many ways, in his support for Trump, reflected and embraced this vision. In that, if nations are going to thrive and survive in the world in which we live, it begins, the kernel, the seed, which everything grows, is the nation itself has to actually be strong. It has to be morally strong, it has to be economically strong, and it has to have the capacity and the courage to defend its interests in the world. And so Charlie Kirk, like Donald Trump, focused on the most essential task that really we should all focus on, which starts here at home, that greatness abroad starts with greatness at home. It starts with functioning and dealing with the really hard questions of society. Why aren't people having children? Why are gas prices too high? Why do people not have pride in their own country? And so I think that's a recipe that is something that we've always talked about here at this conference, about this notion that there's geopolitics and then there's domestic politics, and they don't go together, because they absolutely do. Now, if you can't be a great power, in a sense, that doesn't mean that your relations with other countries aren't important, because it's not a savage world in which it's every man or every nation for itself. You can't dictate to allies to pick a side, particularly if your ally is a country that's living in the middle of a part of the world where it has interesting people and interesting politics all around them. But having said that, nations that would look maybe at this idea of balancing, right? I'll just be open to everybody. I'll take Chinese money, I'll take a little American money, I'll take some Russian money. If anybody else has some money, they can come in. That's not a strategy. It's not a rational strategy. Because none of these relationships are free lunches. And you do have to make these hard decisions. And I think the United States, to be fair, even though it's been tough with some of its allies, it's tough with its allies because it wants better allies. But it's not really tough with them in the sense that you have to pick a side. You can only talk to these people. You can't deal with those people. But you do have to make choices about doing things that are good for you to make your country stronger and are good for the United States. We were talking actually before about the deal between Azerbaijan, Armenia, and American participation, which in my way is an exemplar of the path to the future. Where is the win-win? If you can't do things with a partner that are good for you and good for them, then maybe that's a relationship that you wouldn't need. And the way you do the best deals and build the best partnerships is to be the best partner, and that starts at home. And if there's one thing Charlie Kirk will always be remembered for, the one thing he cared about, his greatest passion, was building a better America. The other thing I think that Charlie Kirk represented is, in this world in which we're all competing and we're all vying for a path, not just to do good geopolitics, but to thrive at home, what you believe really matters. And if there's one defining characteristic of this crazy world in which we live, it is the rising tide of conservatism. Now, look, everybody has different terms. Somebody's a conservative, somebody's a classical liberal, somebody's center. I get it. I don't care, right? They're all just stupid labels, right? The thing is what all these people have in common, from the center right to the populace, is they all believe that they can make their country a better place by grappling with the serious issues of our time, both domestically and foreign. And nobody represented that and cared about that debate more than Charlie Kirk. It is amazing to me that Charlie Kirk impacted the entire world. That people in the UK, in the middle of a demonstration, which had nothing to do with the United States, had everything to do with UK, said, "We are Charlie Kirk." And that people around the world have held vigils for this guy. It's not just about Charlie. It's about this recognition that politics and geopolitics really do matter. And if you don't take conservative politics seriously, and not just fighting the left and arguing with people you don't agree with, but really, honestly, getting together with people that you kind of do agree with, but you don't sit in the same room because you're not in the same party. But we all share a common vision. And the strength in that unity is, I think, something Charlie Kirk, if he had lived to become not just a great American statesman, but a great global statesman, he would have been at the forefront of getting people to the table to talk about our common interests. So if you would do me one solid, and if we could just take a moment of silence to pray for Charlie and his family, and more importantly, to pray for the vision that he has and the strength to follow through on these great challenges of building better nations, building better partners, and building a better global movement committed to ideas to make the world better, not something George Orwell feel. That would be awesome. So if you just join me in just a second of silence, that would be awesome. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And I got to tell, thank you, that's great. I got to tell you, my parish priest that kicked me out of catechism, he'd be shocked to find me leading a prayer today. So with that, this is an amazing conference. You are so lucky to be here. We are so proud of Danube and what they've done. Let me turn it back to you. Great.
So over the next 2 days, we have a very busy schedule, as I've said. We have 8 panels, and each panel has a similar structure. We're going to begin with a keynote address of 15 minutes, and no more, 50 minutes. And then we're going to, from that, have a panel discussion that in some cases will include the keynote speaker, and in some cases will not. And our first panel today is on the collapsing consensus, risks and opportunities. And it's our honor to have, as our keynote speaker, and you mentioned Singapore Minister, we have George Yeo, former Minister for Foreign Affairs of Singapore. Please go ahead.
Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, President Trump is the first US president to recognize that America operates within a multipolar world. It's by far the biggest pole, primus inter pares. And its foreign policy represents quite a dramatic change from US thinking after the end of the Cold War, when many Americans thought that the US was the new Rome. It is not the new Rome, but it remains the most formidable superpower. It dislikes the rise of China, but increasingly has to accept it. We are in a great transition to a new world crystallizing. It's not clear what its shape will be, but we can discern its rough shape. Organizations like the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, like BRICS, like the Belt and Road Federation, they are indications of a world which is becoming more important. And in that world, the West will no longer dominate the way it used to, and has to accept that while it will continue to play a very important role, it must accept others with different systems, different histories and traditions as equals. And that's uncomfortable because emotionally it's not easy to accept. When at the end of last month, at the SCO meeting in Tianjin, Putin, Xi Jinping, Modi held hands, smiling warmly to one another. It was a powerful image which played and replayed around the world, creating a certain discomfort among Americans and Europeans because many were hoping that India would join them in the alliance against China and Russia. Well, India is a skillful player and played with that to get advantages from both America and Europe. But when the Ukraine war broke out and America expected India to take its side against Russia, that was not possible. Because for India, Russia has been a strategic partner over decades. And when, in the short air war between India and Pakistan, India wanted America to take its side against Pakistan. America would not. And in fact, Trump had the army chief over at the White House for lunch, who reciprocated the hospitality by nominating Trump for the Nobel Prize. Then on September the 3rd, we were all witness to a spectacle in Beijing, commemorating the 80th anniversary of the end of the war, what the Chinese call the anti-Japanese, anti-fascist war. I attended that same event 10 years ago when I was helping the Hong Kong government. The parade was not too different, only grander and perhaps more interesting. At the appointed time, Xi Jinping marched out, on one side Putin, on the other side Kim Jong-un. And one person further, Prabowo from Indonesia, and Tokayev from Kazakhstan. For the Chinese, symbolisms are a way to organize a huge population. And that was carefully choreographed. Why Prabowo? Why Tokayev? Because in 2013, when Xi Jinping announced the Belt and Road Initiative, in August, he broached it first in Astana. Then a little more than a month later, in Jakarta. The parade itself was very Chinese. I mean, you watch the marching. It was perfect. I was from the Army and Air Force before. I trained the US Army 3 months at Fort Gordon as a signals officer. When I was head of Air Force planning, I visited Israel many times. The Americans and the Israelis are not famous for marching. But that says nothing about their fighting ability. So the ability to conduct grand parades is no indication that the Chinese army can fight. But a careful parade of military equipment and some new ones. To impress whom? To impress the Americans and the Europeans and the Indians and others. So at the Pentagon, there was a report that pizza sales went up fourfold because they were all in the office watching the parade, who were there, who said what, who stood behind the other, and the military equipment. Why did the Chinese display new equipment? It's like a poker game. I don't want you to miscalculate, so I show you some cards. But of course, for every card I show you, I have other stronger cards, which I don't show you, but enough to influence your behavior. They feel they are growing, and therefore peace is on their side. And they rather have peace over Taiwan, South China Sea, and elsewhere for as long as possible. For the Chinese and for the Indians, the Middle East and Ukraine are distant conflicts. Yes, they are not troublemakers. They'll be peacemakers. And they will say the right things. And they will triangulate carefully. But it's not really core to them. But from the European perspective, the world has changed. The leaders of the SCO represent more than half the world's population, and the half which is growing much more rapidly. So if we project the world 10 years from now, and the correlation of forces at that point in time, and ask ourselves, how will this affect the Ukraine? How will this affect the Middle East? How will this affect the pattern of migration? The forces would have changed. The Europeans and Americans know if China were not supporting Russia economically, and is careful to do so only economically and not militarily, with controls on dual-use equipment, then Russia cannot sustain this struggle with Europe. But why should the Chinese help the West bring down Russia? Because if they do that, then they face the West, combined West, alone. But they do not want to be with the West, with Russia entirely, because there are principles involved about territorial integrity. In the Middle East, Israel needs American support. But America's relative strength in the world will not be the same 10 years from now. And young Americans have a different view from older Americans. So I tell my Israeli friends, do not calculate just month by month, year by year, but think in terms of a longer-term perspective, because the frame will change. And the frame will change because of the rise of Asia. It will present enormous challenges to Western countries. There is too much sloganeering, the Thucydides trap, as if those in Asia are familiar with the Peloponnesian War. For us in Asia, the reference points are very different. In Asia, neither in China or in Europe or in India or Southeast Asia, do we have the constant worrying among tribal nations as we see on the European continent. And increasingly, I hear, autarky versus democracy, as if that were the single most important explicator of human history. To me, if a democracy is captured by vested interests, by elite structures, is it not a new form of autarky? And if a country is authoritarian, like Singapore under Lee Kuan Yew, does it mean it was not a democracy? I was a popular foreign minister, but I was defeated in an election in 2011. And when the Americans say Singapore is not a democracy and will not invite us for democracy conferences, I say, well, how then was I defeated? So it's important to avoid excessive simplifications, but to think through the complexities of a multipolar world. And in the end, big ideas and big structures cannot solve deep problems. Trump and Putin agreed that there'll be no ceasefire, they'll go straight to a peace agreement. When I read that, I thought, how could this be possible? When you have war, you generate poison. It gets into the soil, into the water. And it will take years, decades, for that poison to be taken out. So to have peace, it takes time. And you've got to granulate it from the bottom, little by little. Let the hurt, the hatred, gradually subside and be dissolved by trade and interaction. Then people begin to forget. The children will hear it only as stories. And they begin to know one another as a new generation. And then you can begin to think about win-win outcomes for the future. And I think this is an important lesson for those of us who are political leaders or ex-political leaders. That big ideas are important, structures and agreements are important, but in the end, we've got to work also at the bottom. I'm a Roman Catholic. It's a moral principle, subsidiarity, which was a founding principle but long forgotten in the European Union. It is a struggle. Do I take your freedom? I should not take it lightly in the name of a higher good. And if I do, the moment it is no longer needed, I must recess it back to you because you are a unique act of creation. And it goes back to to what we talked about earlier, the importance of respecting the individual, of families, of tribes, of communities, because that's how we are created. And if we forget that, then the big ideas lead to evil. And subsidiarity has as a corollary the respect for differences. Because if I'm autonomous and you are autonomous, we're naturally different. We have 4 children, they're all different. And parents have to accept that each has its own nature and must fulfill its own nature. As an intellectual exercise, I ask myself, and it's within a short period, when human beings begin to colonize Mars. The Chinese will be there, the Americans will be there, I think Europeans will be there, Indians will be there. How do we govern ourselves? Do we carry weapons? If we carry weapons, is it against Martians or against one another? And will we have a European system? Will we have an American system, a Chinese system, a BRIC system on Mars? It's an important intellectual exercise because it is within the lifetime of our children that this will happen. Christopher Columbus landed in the Americas in 1492. Within a few decades, European powers were fighting each other, killing one another. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yeo. So now I'm going to ask the panelists for this first panel to come down to the stage. And so just to introduce them, first, Mr. Ravi Kumar Sawhney, who's a senior fellow at the Vivekananda International Foundation in Delhi. We also have Jim Carafano, who we've already met, senior counsel to the president, the Heritage Foundation. We have Isabella De Monte, a member of the Italian Chamber of Deputies, and our friend and colleague Gladden Papin, from across the river, president of the Hungarian Institute of International Affairs. And their moderator today will be our colleague here at the Danube Institute, our executive director, István Kiss. I'll leave it to István. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. Jim just said that he wants to sit at the far right, so I let him sit there. Even though I think usually I sit there, but that's a different question. So we don't have a lot of time, so I will jump in with the first question. I think in the very beginning, the whole kind of idea of the conference is we're trying to talk about kind of a new world order. Is there a new world order? So my first question really would ask that, is this really true? So we hear a lot of talk about the end of the liberal world order. I am skeptical we ever had a liberal world order. If we had one, I think it was basically after the fall of Cold War, perhaps 30 years. But I think we only had it because it served certain American interests, which is not serving anymore. And therefore, if there's kind of an end of a liberal world order, it's partly because it's not serving America's interest anymore. This might be controversial, but I'm kind of interested in how our panelists see this view. Is there a new world order? Had we even had a liberal world order? What are we seeing now? I think I will give the floor first to Jim, because in your opening remarks you were saying that America is still a superpower, there's nobody near, so I'm kind of interested to hear your thoughts on that.
So first of all, I'm getting really skeptical that scientists are really scientists, but I absolutely totally believe that political scientists are not scientists. And I think all this stuff is just absolute nonsense. Multipolar, superpolar, unipolar, world war. It is literally architecture that some academic created, and we all use it like it's a real thing. I think the U.S. is in a post-stupid foreign policy, which is the world that it is, and Donald Trump wants to survive and thrive in the world as it is. So what I'll talk about super briefly, which is I think is where American foreign policy is going, is how does the globe connect after globalization? And if you've been watching Additionally, let's not have wars. Let's have fair, level playing field on trade. And I absolutely am not in the camp that believes that people that trade and do business that ends wars. That's a stupid thought. Many countries that go to war are some of the biggest trading partners with each other. But what I do believe is that countries that have a common interest in stability actually lead to less wars. And so the idea of the great economic corridors is that the countries that are participating in that have a vested interest in keeping them going. And from a selfish U.S. perspective, not only does it make better partners, both strategically and economically, but it robs space away from people that want to meddle and move borders and stuff to do that. And so if you look at the three great corridor projects that we have going on right now, which is the idea of the 3 Seas initiative, connectivity from the high north to the Mediterranean, the idea of a middle corridor linking Central Asia and the South Caucasus to global markets, and IMEC and related Turkish projects expanding the throughput through the Middle East, connecting India, Japan, South Korea, Australia, other kind of like-minded countries, which also, by the way, creates enormous opportunities for South Asia and also for Africa. Linking these corridors together, the United States is a great proponent of that because I think from both strategic interests and the kinds of things we're looking for, more resilient and redundant supply chains, more mineral mining and processing, more energy flows, right? That these are all things that the United States has a great interest in. So when you talk about challenges and opportunities, I think the U.S. is focused on the opportunity part of that, and in particular, the expansion of these corridors.
Thank you, Jim. I think you should have one because we have... Okay, thank you, Jim. So I would like to ask the same question, and I think I will ask Ledon if he has a different view on this or not. But I think it might be similar to what Jim said.
Well, I'm never offended when Jim criticizes political scientists because I'm simply someone who tricked a prominent political science program into giving me a degree. But I wanted to go back to this quotation from Mearsheimer that was put on the table earlier, that liberal democracies act like realists but talk like liberals. And I think this is relevant for Jim's point that talk about world order is nonsense, talk about global liberalism is nonsense, multipolarity, it's all nonsense. In some sense, I agree. However, I think we can say that over the last 50 years, these concepts have actually affected how prominent global actors make decisions. So it would be wonderful if the Mearsheimer quotation were fully correct. It would be wonderful if states, in fact, didn't diverge from pursuing their rational interests, and the agreements that they made reflected that. But here I have to appeal to a distortion of my favorite Marxist concept, the concept of base and superstructure. But the idea here is that it's actually impossible to maintain the psychological dynamic that Mearsheimer describes. Over the period during which the liberal world order was built up, the concepts that were put into it became heavy-weighted, in particular after the end of the Cold War. So in the absence of the Cold War conflict, the ideological superstructure on the Western side in particular sank in, and it caused a lot of irrational decisions to be made. So I think now we're in a period which could share some of the characteristics that Jim describes. I would call it an interregnum. It may be a very long interregnum during which, out of the end of which, no subsequent describable world order emerges. But we're in an interregnum where there are a lot of structures that were built in this ideologically freighted era. There are a lot of people and international actors who are still fully a part of them. Many of them don't really know what to do right now. After the U.S., shall we say, fatally interdicted a drug shipment that was eventually headed toward the United States, the Secretary Rubio was asked at a press conference, well, doesn't this fall outside of the norms of the United Nations? And he said, I'll paraphrase, Who cares about the United Nations? Well, this is a kind of emblem of the interregnum that we're living in. That structure still exists. The bodies of people and networks, and in many cases the power and the funding structures, still exist. But there are a lot of actors on the global stage that are pursuing something that we might instead call retrenchment. Jem said in his opening remarks that for too long domestic and foreign policy have been separated. A couple years ago, I threw out this article on the national interest called "Family Policy as Foreign Policy." I think it got maybe somewhere between 10 and 20 views.
But I read it 10 times. So.
Yeah, right. Jem read it 10 times. But if we're clearly entering into a world in which states cannot simply depend upon the previously existing and described international order, there's no alternative except retrenchment, both domestically, examining what elements of domestic policy are situating you in a way to make the best deals and to act in the best way internationally in your interest. And also retrenchment geographically. Indeed, this probably won't work out like hard spheres of influence, also as Jem said at the beginning. But these seem to me to be the main elements of the current trend. It's an era of retrenchment. From an ideological and global structure standpoint, it's an interregnum, and it's very difficult to describe as it goes along. And I'm sure we'll come back to this, but foreign policy is a complicated thing, and states act in many different ways. They act in an economic vein, militarily, culturally, and civilisationally. In the liberal world order, all of this whole package went together all as one. At least that was the claim. And right now the package is separating. States are acting in different ways in each of these different areas. And because of the media environment that we now live in, every action that happens is being heavily overinterpreted. So the vice president gives a speech in Munich. The transatlantic relationship is over. Well, there's a 5% NATO spending commitment. Well, that means the vice president's thought is out the door, and now the things are back in order. Oh, no, now there's a trade disagreement with a core ally. That means that the military element of that relationship is over. And people are overinterpreting every single thing because they're used to this package going together. But right now, everything is on the table. The ideological superstructure is still there. People don't know how to describe what's going on, and states are engaged in retrenchment.
Thank you. It's good to know you have favorite Marxist phrases. But I will turn now to Italy. Isabella, do you have any views on this? Do you have any views on this? And please, you can find the microphone as well.
It's okay? Yes. What I think is after 1989, there was a situation that we don't have now. There was an area of optimism, and there was the belief that the history were converging toward a new liberal model based on the democracy and based on capitalism. And also there were the stable situation in the multilateral organization, such as, United States, Nations, World Trade Organization, the NATO, while now it's not the same situations. It's not easy to maintain the stable situation inside this organization. So we have not only multilateral alliance, but we have a different level because we have the alliance on the economical and trade alliance, and while we have on the other hand also the alliance based on security and defense. So it's not easy to find this stable alliance around the world. But I don't think we have now new world order as we are talking about now, because I think that something changed before the election of Trump, because we are seeing about, for example, Tianjin meeting, people are talking about this new world order. I think it's not a new world order. It's only a message, as we just heard now. It's a message sent to the Europeans and a message sent to United States, because the reality is that we cannot have a new war based on the tariff, a new world based on the no trade agreements. As European Union is doing, we are creating a new negotiation, and the last one is Mercosur. We are waiting for 25 years. It's a great market of Uruguay, Paraguay, Brazil and Argentina, so it is main part of the South Latin America. And at the same time, there is an agreement between Mexico and also the new negotiation with India. So what I think is that we have to join the trade agreement and the connectivity, but I will take the opportunity to say something later about connectivity and infrastructure.
Thank you. And last but not least, I would be interested to hear the view from India on this question.
Well, first of all, my job has been made easier by the former foreign minister of Singapore, who gave an Asian perspective to the whole thing. You see, the present crises which are there in the Ukraine war, and then, of course, there is the Hezbollah and Hamas war taking place. In Africa, there is Sudan, Sahel, and the Horn of Africa are witnessing multiple civil wars and humanitarian catastrophes. These crises have laid bare a sobering reality that the post-World War II Britain Wood order has effectively collapsed. Institutions such as IMF, World Bank, and WTO, once pillars of stability, are now weakened or openly contested. The WTO is unable to prevent arbitrary tariff wars. The IMF struggles with legitimacy in Global South, and climate finance commitments remain largely unfulfilled. Instead of collective solutions, the world is witnessing ad hoc coalitions, transactional diplomacy, and the weaponization of interdependence. Tariffs, sanctions, and export bans are being used as blunt instruments of coercion. Technology itself, unfortunately, has become a battlefield. Semiconductors, rare earths, and the AI are treated not as global goods, but as tools of strategic rivalry. A telling contradiction illustrates this disorder. At the beginning of the Ukraine conflict, India was urged by the United States and Europe to continue buying Russian oil to keep global prices stable. India did so responsibly, helping to prevent global inflation. But today, the very same purchases are being targeted with the threat of 25% penalty traffic. This hypocrisy undermines trust and further weakens the so-called rule-based order. If you would like me to continue, India's neighborhood is a very difficult area. If I start from Afghanistan, democracy there collapsed with the Taliban takeover in 2021. Pakistan remains a fragile state where democratic institutions have been repeatedly subverted by military dominance, and today political instability combines with an economy in free fall and terrorism that continues to spill across the border. Bangladesh, once a promising democracy, has veered into authoritarianism. With the ouster of Sheikh Hasina in 2024, fears of China Pakistan-Bangladesh axis challenges India's security. Myanmar, under a military junta since 2021, has descended into a political and economic crisis. India stood behind Sri Lanka like a rock during their economic crisis of 2022, extending nearly $4 billion in financial assistance through lines of credit, currency swaps, and humanitarian support. Crucially, Sri Lanka has come to appreciate that India's aid is not tied to conditionalities or strategic strings, unlike the assistance of some of the other powers. 3 days ago, the street protests have erupted in Nepal, which resulted in the violent overthrow of the government there. This government, incidentally, was the 14th government in the last 11 years. So you can say, yet amidst this ocean of instability, India has resolutely stood firm as a vibrant democracy since independence in 1947. Despite poverty, partition, war, and terrorism, India has never abandoned its democratic ethos. Guided by its neighborhood first policy, India remains committed to stability and prosperity in South Asia. We deliver development aid, infrastructure, and humanitarian assistance while absorbing the risk of instability around us. India approaches the collapsing consensus not with despair, but with resilience and a civilization outlook. Our philosophy of Vasudeva Kutumbakam, which is a Sanskrit word meaning that the world is one family, guides our engagement. India's Mission Life initiative calls for sustainable lifestyle and global climate responsibility, offering a people-centric alternative to consumerism. At the same time, India cherishes and will safeguard its strategic autonomy. Our relationships are not zero-sum. We reject the either you are with us or against me approach. Each of India's partnerships stands on its own merit, never at the cost of another. Unlike other alliance systems, which often create dependency and compromises, India's foreign policy is rooted in independence and sovereign decision-making. We will not mortgage our future to the choices of others. A recent example underscores the danger of alliance compulsion. Japan, under pressure from its alliance partner, the US, was virtually coerced into a trade deal and a staggering $500 billion investment into US economy, a decision that Tokyo had little choice to accept. India will never compromise its sovereignty in such a way.
Thank you for the sobering view from India. Staying with Europe now, because that's also part of the conference, are there rifts between Europe and European Union, more likely, and America today? So we hear a lot of kind of panic from Europe, especially after the Munich speech of G.D. Vance. We had the signal chat gate, where again some kind of crude words were used about Europe. So the Europeans are kind of panicking and putting pressure on America, or at least blaming America that America is more hostile towards Europe. On the other hand, we know that back in 2016, most European leaders were not very happy with Trump, were actually very criticizing of Trump. And I think at the current election as well, most of the European leaders were very critical of Trump and not too happy that he was elected. So are there rifts? If there are rifts, what is the biggest rift today between Europe and America? Free speech was mentioned several times as an issue from American side. I would give the floor first to Gledon, because you know G.D. Vance, so perhaps you can give your 2 cents on how he sees Europe and the European Union. And just to kind of rephrase it, the question is, are there rifts? And if there are, what are the biggest rifts between Europe and America today?
Well, I won't say anything. I won't presume to indicate the way of thinking of the vice president, except as a student and observer. But I'll make a couple of other points that came to mind while you were building up the question. First, I think it'll be very difficult to give an answer to this question prior to the resolution of the war. A lot of the positioning that has happened thus far has been as a part of that negotiation or that process. That probably goes for the Munich Security Conference speech. That applies to the NATO negotiations over European countries' spending commitments. And right now we're in quite, I think, a complex moment. And as I mentioned earlier, foreign policy has many different levers, or international relations has many different aspects. So different parts come to the fore at different times. And right now, the question is whether the war can be brought. The main question in the transatlantic relationship is whether the war in Ukraine can be brought to an end, and on what terms, and what role the United States, Europe, and Russia play in that process, and what role they play at the end. In this, I think we can start to see a few things about the dynamic that the major European powers have been playing. And I've been searching for an analogy for this, and I can't come up with a quite correct one. But we wanted to find some way of describing what the power of the European Union is, or what the power of the major European countries is. It's very common to find in the international media now that the weight of Europe on the global stage is low. It is lower than it has been in the past. It seems like it's not able to speak for itself clearly. And I was just thinking that maybe the best way to characterize the power of Europe now is that since it cannot speak in its own name, since it cannot act militarily fully for itself, since from a cultural and civilisational standpoint it's working against itself, or even ashamed to be what it is, it seems to have settled on a kind of obstructionist power. That it doesn't really have there was that meeting between President Trump and Zelensky in St. Peter's, and the French president kind of sidled up alongside and said, hey, can I take a seat? And this President Trump, no. So what kind of power is that? What kind of power do you have in that scenario? Well, I think the Europeans were humbled by this a little bit, or maybe shocked. And they realized, well, let's see, okay, if three people are going out to dinner and two of them have very strong tastes in dining and like a lot of social capital, but I really don't want this thing to happen at all, so why don't I offer to pay for the whole dinner, and then every time they make a reservation, I'll just cancel the reservation. This to me seems like what's happening in the relationship between the United States, Europe, and Russia at the moment. That the Europeans don't quite have the weight that they should at the table. That Washington wants to settle the conflict again, so this retrenchment can continue to occur. The United States needs to refocus on what its real strategic interests are. There's a debate now, or a discussion rather, about what that is. We'll see when the administration produces its national security strategy exactly what that looks like, and we shouldn't really prejudge it until then. But I think this digging in, there's been a digging in of the heels in Europe. There's a part of that that's attractive to the United States, the increased military commitment. There's a part that's unattractive to the United States, which is that somehow that's not coordinated with the view in Washington of how the Ukraine conflict ought to be settled, or what the terms of that settlement would be. So right now we're seeing a lot of actions that are occurring in this gray zone. What does President Trump mean through his demand that NATO countries cut off their all supply of Russian oil and impose punitive tariffs on China? What's the dynamic here? Well, again, I think the dynamic is the United States wants Europe to contribute and to be a positive contributor, and Europe somehow has figured out a way to contribute, but it's not quite on the same page as to what that positive contribution is. So until we reach the end of that dynamic, right now we're seeing like tactics. It's very hard to describe convincingly what's going on. Until we get to the end of that dynamic, I think it'll be impossible to give a complete answer, but this is how I see it.
Thank you. I really like the analogy of the dinner. I will give the floor now to Isabella. What is the view from Italy? Meloni seems to have a pretty good relationship with Trump. Can Italy capitalize on that? Do you see any rifts between Europe and America?
Yes, I think the most important divergence between Europe and the United States is about the tariff, because we are thinking about foreign affairs, but at the end, for the moment, is the main thing is the trade at the end, and. For example, I think that now this agreement is only political, because there are some steps. First step is the mandate of the Council, then the negotiation of the European Commission, then come back to the Council, the vote of the plenary of the European Parliament, and then the ratification by the state members. But at the end, it's the maximum level. This amount is 14% of the tariff, is the maximum level, but we are still thinking and negotiating about the exemptions and about also the single details of this agreement. It will be a long negotiation. Just before I was talking about the Mercosur. Mercosur needed 25 years to be concluded. We are concluding now, only the first step. That is only the first one, because after the translation and all the steps we need this ratification. So the message coming from Trump is that we have to be independent by the military perception, military to be independent, and secondly that we exceed in the export to the United States, and this is against the recovery of the economy of the United States. And third, that Trump needs to have a direct negotiation with Russia. And Europe in this moment is not a good partner for this. But I think also there are some other arguments. For example, the connections. Just before I told about the connection. I think one is the Arctic route, for example, which no one is talking about so clear about this, because we have the Belt and Road Initiative. That Europe and in particular Italy abandoned the Belt and Road Initiative, and now we're starting the next negotiation with India. And especially this route is starting from India, then Emirates, and then Saudi Arabia, then Jordan and Israel, and Mediterranean Sea and Adriatic to Trieste, to Italy, is the gateway to Europe. And I think this is really, really important because, we have the TEN-T network in Europe, started in 2013, and in 2024 we have a new regulation about the TEN-T network that opens more to East Europe. So in this case, Trieste is in the middle of two corridors, Baltic, Adriatic, Mediterranean, going to Hungary. And what is different in this case is that we have, just told before, this trade agreement that will finalize till the end of the year with India. And at the same time, we have also the connectivity. So it is the first time we have the trade agreement and the connectivity that are together. It's the first time we have this type of strategy. And so I think that we, as Europe and United States, that is supporting the Golden Route, IMEC, as we can see, defined a Cotton Road and so on, I think is supporting this route. And so we have a lot of alliances, the historical one, the transatlantic alliance, we have the commercial one, trade, and this new connectivity. What we have to restart, I think, is the transatlantic trade agreement and partnership. We stopped in 2017 that represented the 0.5% of the GDP, the 1/3 of the trade. And we have also in this case, both the trade agreement and the connectivity. I think we have to be satisfied about the result. So at the end, I think in the middle we have, this strong divergence about something is connected to the foreign affairs and the alliances, but at the end, what is the strategy, the most important strategy is trade and connectivity. So I think in this case we can refine the strategy together, and new alliances with the United States.
Thank you. I will turn to Jim now. I'm interested in your thoughts as well, and especially on the free speech issue, because I don't think that was picked up by anyone. Do you see that there could be more rifts, or, I was at NetCon, some of us were there, and some of the people from your government were actually hinting that they might try to do sanctions, or at least something with some European partners who they think are not really providing free speech or have issues with free speech. So I'm just interested on your take on that, and if you see any other risks which might come up.
Everything's going to be great. Look, first of all, it's important, there are two different definitions of strategic autonomy, and this is important because this administration and this president actually embraces strategic autonomy. He doesn't see it as a threat to U.S. power. He doesn't see it as a threat to the world order, which doesn't exist. He actually sees it as a positive thing. But the one definition is the teenager definition, is I'm strategically autonomous, I can do whatever I want. That's not our definition. Strategic autonomy is you are responsible for the decisions that you make. That is very, very different. And if you actually look today, America's most effective, operationalized, and forward-moving strategic partnerships in the world are with Europe, which nobody would have thought of 6 months ago. And the reason for that is, forget about, rhetorically, and people hate Trump and blah, 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 and everything else. The reality is that most European leaders, except for Sanchez, look at President Trump and they say, in the operationalizing of foreign policy, Trump's position is to actually be pragmatic. Not agreeable, not nice, not pleasant, but pragmatic. And most European leaders have figured out, particularly if you're proactive in dealing with Trump and you bring a deal to him that's pragmatic and says, look, there's something that's good in this for the United States, there's something that's good for us too. As a matter of fact, Trump wouldn't trust a deal where somebody wasn't getting something out of it because he wouldn't think you're honest about it. That's why I think things are really working well. If you actually look at the criticism of J.D. Vance, and not just on free speech, political oppression, punishing governments like Hungary that aren't appropriately behaving, right? Or American criticism on energy policy. You want a Green Deal, which is giving you no energy, and you want a Russian deal, which is fueling the war. And some other things. These criticisms are not because they're threats to us. They're criticisms because this is our belief that they're threats to you. I mean, we want you to be a better partner for the United States. So we would like you to be free and strong and prosperous. And when you're doing incredibly self-destructive behaviors, the U.S., they're going to speak up because we have free speech in America. And I think that's the spirit in what it's done. I actually don't believe that you're going to see, as a matter of fact, everything that the U.S. government is doing is going the opposite direction of kind of dictating to countries what they should do. Every ambassador, which is out there hanging up a pride flag or whatever else, they're out of there, right? So we're out. As a matter of fact, Sir Rubio just put out a statement which says, if the U.S. government has an issue with somebody's elections, we will tell you. Meanwhile, if you're in an embassy or some other federal government or some other, shut that up, right? If we have something to say, we'll say it. So we are out of the business and kind of dictating, but we're not out of the business of pointing out things which we think are legitimately self-destructive. And the honest answer is, the majority of Europeans agree with us, I think.
Thank you, Jim. That would have been my kind of...
You know about the relation with US, Jim. It has been nurtured over the last 25 years, and 5 presidents are involved in it. And this relationship has gone to a certain amount of turbulence, but it still stays there, because both sides know that this is the most consequent relationship of the century. But the differences persist. You see, the sensitive things like sanctions, for example, unfortunately, cannot be discussed in the glare of TV lights. There are so many sensitive things which require to be discussed in closed-door rooms, in closed doors, which unfortunately is not happening. So what happens is that every day you find something on the Truth Social or other places, and some gentlemen in America who hardly know economics, they come and give their opinions. So these harden the positions both sides. I think there is a requirement of a quiet dialogue. I'm absolutely certain that the problems which prevail as far as the sanctions are concerned would probably be sorted out. They are actually at the verge of being sorted out. So I think there is a requirement of giving less publicity. Unfortunately, there is now a dispensation in Washington, D.C., which continues to broadcast every day and sometimes twice a day of the positions which are being taken by different parties, which I think is against the tenets of a quiet diplomacy. I would like to put that across. I think we can get these problems sorted out. We have done that. But if there is a quiet dialogue which takes place.
That was a very valid point there. And actually, that would have been my kind of question to you, Ravi, but you partly answered is, so if you talk about kind of a potential new Cold War, where does India stand? So a lot of people are worried now that India is signing with China and Russia, and then you have the West. I'm kind of skeptical about that, but I'm kind of interested in the Indian view. I think you partly said that you think there could be a deal with America, which I guess would be putting perspectives in a different light, but I'm kind of interested in how you see this idea. Where will India stand if there's, let's say, a new Cold War between the so-called West and the rest?
You see, we have relationships with all 3 important relationships, with Russia, for example. And you see, relationship with Russia has its own special character. During the Keynote summit, President Modi and President Putin held a substantive bilateral meeting on sidelines, reaffirming the trust, multinational, special and privileged partnership between India and Russia. This partnership spans space, defense, energy, nuclear power, technology, people-to-people ties. It has stood the test of time, weathering the global turbulence, and continues to be anchored in mutual trust and strategic convergence. But let me say, we have never supported the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And we have always been maintaining, and the Prime Minister has said it many times, that this is not the era of war. We are in touch both with Ukraine and Russia, and we would like this senseless war to stop. I have 40 years service. I'm an infantry soldier, and I have completely come to the conclusion that the wars have never given any solutions. And this ridiculous war must stop. It results in 5,000 people, young people, getting killed every week because old people like me cannot make up their mind. It is a horrible war which must end. That's what I want to tell you. As far as our relationship with China is concerned, it remains a critical dimension of India's foreign policy. The recent Tiananmen SCO summit was significant in consolidating a process of stabilization after years of confrontation. There are no ideal relations, especially between major powers. India's approach to China is rooted in realism, recognizing that sharp swings are short-lived, that engagement must remain cautious and structured, that stability can only be built on the basis of reciprocity and respect for sovereignty. The broader lesson is that even with China, India will not be drawn into permanent antagonism or unrealistic idealism. We'll engage where interests converge, and we'll stand firm where they diverge. India's relationship with the United States, as I mentioned earlier, despite the headwinds is presently facing, remains resilient and forward-looking. Yes, India has been saddled with punitive tariffs, 25% plus an additional percentage on certain imports. Yet at the same time, the two countries conducted their largest ever military exercise, Yuddha Abhyas, in Alaska, involving both armies in extreme cold weather conditions. This underlines the depth of our defense cooperation. More broadly, as the world's two largest democracies, India and the US share values and an expanding partnership. Our cooperation now extends across defense, critical and energy technologies, clean energy, outer space, trade, and the vibrant Indian diaspora. India-US partnership has become a key pillar of stability in Indo-Pacific and beyond, and despite disagreements, both sides recognize, hopefully, the long-term importance of working together to shape a more balanced and secure global order. I would, however, like to emphasize that having an erratic or unpredictable US tempts others to push their luck. The shift from rule-based to one based on transactions and unilateral force produces a kind of anarchy and proliferation of violence.
Thank you. I want to ask Jim I want to go to Isabella as well on the IMEC issue, but I wanted to kind of ask Jim to reflect on that, because I think we have a bit of a tension between India and America here, but also kind of reflecting on the Cold War issue, because I think you were kind of hinting a bit or kind of advising Europe to be very careful about following these two paths. But I personally don't really see a sustainable Europe without either cheap Russian energy or Chinese technology. My preference would be a cheap Russian energy over the Chinese technologies, but without these, I mean, it's very nice, we're very happy to buy American LNG. I mean, Hungary technically is in a very difficult position to do that, but I don't think you have enough, and I don't think we have the infrastructure to actually get it.
Yeah, sadly, Europe has plenty of energy, you just don't use it. Right, so cheap Russian energy and Chinese technology is basically a death sentence, so that's goodbye. So look, and you know what? Europe in the end will not commit suicide. I believe that. Now, the same thing is true with this relationship. I mean, General and I are the oldest of friends. This is like two kids that dated forever, and then finally they moved in, and the first thing they did is had a fight. Look, why it's going to endure for the very simple reason he said is we both have no place else to go. The strategic partnership of the United States and China, and India is so essential to both countries. It is literally non-negotiable. So India literally has to have a free and open Indian Ocean. India, in the end, is going to be the greatest guarantor in the next decades of that. They can't do it without the United States. And the Russians aren't going to help them, and certainly the Chinese aren't going to help them. Russia is not India's long-term security partner. Look, we all know that. The Russians can't even provide Russian arms, and the Russian arms suck. So that is not a path to security. I mean, it's laughable to argue that India and China are ever going to achieve détente. Pakistan has essentially become a Chinese client state that China uses to poke India whenever it wants to. Bangladesh is going to become an Islamist hotbed that the Chinese will ferment to poke India whenever they want to. China is never going to help India's economy grow and prosper. If you want AI, if you want energy, if you want nuclear, It is going to be a U.S.-European partnership that's going to help India become the powerhouse economy of the 21st century. So we're going to work through this. We agree on, yes, it would be so nice if this was all just kind of done in quiet, it would all got solved. It's not the nature of the world we live. It's not the nature of the president we have. But, part of my immense reason for the optimistic, and I'll end on this, with India is look at where we are with Europe. I mean, if you told me 6 months ago that European leaders and American leaders would find a way to drive a path forward, and that the president's best partners were going to be the prime minister of Italy, and he's going to be working, nobody would have agreed with that. But because they're pragmatic and they put their future ahead of this kind of petty global politics, they found a path forward. And I know Prime Minister Modi and his team. They are driven by this tremendous and unending desire to deliver to the Indian people the country the Indian people deserve. And because of that internal thing in their heart, even sometime when politics might be nice, they know America is a partner to help them do that, and so they will find a way forward with the United States. And we will too, because for us, that is a non-negotiable partnership. It's not about a new Cold War. It's not about picking sides. It's about, can we flourish together? And the answer is absolutely.
Thank you, Jim. And I would like to give the floor to Isabella. Sorry, but I gave it to Jim before. I'm also kind of interested, if you allow me a side note, on how do you think this potential rift between India and America might help Europe with IMEC? Because we're very passionate about IMEC as well, the India-Middle East corridor. I think Hungary could benefit a lot from it, beside Italy. So please, the floor is yours.
But first of all, I have to say that Cold War is an old model because, now the alliances are more dynamic, are more fluid, are more tactical. So everything is changed in a short time. And about, for example, China, we remember 70 years ago, the Maoist China led the no-alienated partners. So there was the bloc, left and right, and in the middle there was this new power that was emerging. And now I think that as there is China, this is a second great power. There is the emerging one is India. Is running for be the second one, not the third or others. So India is not the interest to be allied, to have alliance with other country. So the image we have about the Tianjin meeting is not the image of the new order. It's the image of the message sent to Europe and sent to United States. It's not a new alliance. And it's strategic to have this corridor. Yes, it's very useful to have this, as I just said before, is a new trade agreement, free trade agreement, and to have this connectivity to Europe. This is how India can help Europe. And Europe have this weak position. Why? Because it's not a state. It's not the United States. It's an organization of 27 member states. So it's weak when you have to decide, for example, the foreign affairs strategy. Because during the speech, for example, of Ursula von der Leyen, I disagree with other positions, but I think we have to go to the qualified majority. Even if don't do it, we don't have the possibility to have the position of Europe for the Middle East, for the Ukraine, for other situations around the world. So yes, we can ask other leaders to help Europe, but first of all, we have to be strong as a continent. This is the first action we have to do. And we have to do this in the economy, in the raw materials and technology, in the, as we define the European champions. We have to have the industry strategy in Europe. We don't have the strategy of industry because we have each industry in each country, in Italy, in France, in Germany, and so on. We need to have a big strategy in the industry with the European champions. We have to, we need raw materials and technology and so on. So first of all, we have to do this upgrade of our policy.
Thank you, Isabella. I think some European countries don't even have a society plan. That's a different question. I think, Ravi, you wanted to mention something.
I just wanted to talk about Indo-European connection. I think it's a very vibrant connection. And we are working for an FTA between India and European Union. And I like to tell you that there were before I left Delhi about 4 days ago, there was a large delegation from European Union. And this is the second or third visit which is taking place. And we have a very, I think they are the largest partners with European Union. And it is hoped that by the end of this year, we would be able to have an FTA with Europe. So that we are looking forward to that.
Can I just say, because I don't think Europeans or Indians see IMEC benefiting from an absence of America. It's the opposite. First of all, the U.S. sees IMEC as an inherent part of the Abraham Accords, which everybody sees as essential to have Arab-Israeli normalization to make this work.
Absolutely.
And the other thing is, and the other thing, quite honestly, is it terminates in Haifa. Haifa is the critical port here. The Chinese are in the port of Haifa. They got to kick the Chinese out of the port of Haifa. And actually, the biggest proponent for that, pressuring the Americans to get the Israelis to kick the Chinese out of the port of Haifa, is the Indians, because the Indians have much better companies to run that port than the Chinese.
Actually, in Haifa, we have got the port, which is run by an Indian company. And we were in VIF, we were there in Saudi Arabia last year. We were very upbeat about the whole situation. And I think this IMEC is being looked forward to as far as India is concerned. And I do hope that Middle East situation stabilizes, because this is going to be a very important corridor, which is the IMEC. And you are absolutely right that Haifa and other places, it is the port which is managed by the Indian company, and it is, according to the Israelis, it is one of the finest companies which is there, so we are quite proud of it. So let's hope that this thing takes place.
Thank you. We sadly run out of time, but I still want to give the chance to Gledon to kind of say a couple of remarks reflecting on what was said, because if you have anything, but I mean, please.
I won't add anything to the IMEC discussion, and we'll add very, very little overall. I just think that right now I'll just make one general remark, which is that as a part of this competition for influence and power in the future, we're seeing many different types of power shown on the international stage. And the structure of the outgoing liberal international order has been primarily through major international institutions, through legal norms, through American military power. The new global competitors, like the Chinese, are trying to offer something different. The U.S. has lost a lot of its manufacturing capacity over the last 30 or 40 years. It hasn't lost its ingenuity and its ability to regenerate itself. It seems like it, in fact, has that. So it seems to me like the most interesting thing right now is whether and how the U.S. itself is going to reinvent the way that it appears on the international stage. There have been a lot of comments in that direction thus far, that it's an administration that recognizes that the global situation has changed. It's trying to reshore manufacturing, increase its own industrial capacity, refocus on its own hemisphere as well. And I think we will begin to see a lot of different strains come out of that.
Thank you, Landon. As I said, we are sadly out of time. I really hope we will have some questions from the audience, but I'm sure that the speakers are happy to talk to you and answer these questions during the coffee break. So please join me in thanking our panelists, Ravi, Isabella, Gledon, James, Jim. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much and welcome back for this second panel of the first day of the summit. And this panel will run for 50 minutes. This is under the title, Is International Institutionalism Dead? And we will start with a keynote speaker and then progress to a panel for the remaining 55 minutes. But to open the discussion, and I should just first ask if everyone at the top can come down to their seats, please. Thank you. And so we're going to begin today. We're very honored to have with us from the United States a political philosopher, entrepreneur, computer scientist, and the CEO of Urban Tiger. He also has one of the best and most well-subscribed Substacks out there, and is a great influence on contemporary American politics, one of the main influences indeed. We're very honored to have with us and very grateful Curtis Yarvin. Curtis.
Thank you so much, Callum. So I'm here to talk about international legitimacy and the international institutions under which we live and the world we live in. And I think that, you know, it's interesting. I've heard a lot of great talks so far today, and I don't think there was a single person who mentioned anything that happened in the world prior to the year 1945. And so, you know, we have this kind of 1945 year zero, we have this kind of 1945 year zero world that we're living in as if, you know, it's almost like we treat the past in some ways the way Orthodox Muslims treat pre-Islamic Arab history. Like, you know, the period before Muhammad where there was a thriving civilization in Arabia is just called the period of Jahiliyyah, which means ignorance. And I think in a lot of ways we regard the pre-1945 world in that way, and we basically see the post-1945 world as the world and its history as history. And then everything before that has a kind of legendary quality. And so what I kind of want to do with my talk today here is do what I can to maybe burst that legendary quality a little bit in ways that you maybe haven't heard anyone try to burst it before. You know, and when I say burst, we, of course, think of bubbles, and I sort of think of the post-war world as a little end-of-history bubble in some ways. And there's this concept that we have in the 20th century. Really, there wasn't really any such thing in most of the world before 1930 of the Overton window, of the sort of the kind of the reasonable mainstream thoughts that you're allowed to think. And then from within this window, we have this picture of the world outside our Overton bubble, which is what it really is, which is basically here be Nazis and other such beasts. And I think that the point that I always make, and this is, you know, there's a great recent study about the diversity of left-wing ideas and right-wing ideas that basically showed that just on the modern internet today, there's a lot more intellectual variety on the right than on the left. And so, in a way to get out of that bubble, the first thing where everyone sort of tends to start to doubt the 1945 consensus is they basically look at the sort of the legendary demon of the world, which is Hitler, and they say, well, what if we revise Hitler? And that, of course, instantly leads them into a trap, I guess I would say. Because, you know, from my perspective, when we look at history today and the history of the Second World War, I think we understand Hitler and the Nazis extremely well. I think our legitimate academic historians have a very good picture of what that regime was like. It's a little jaundiced in some ways, it's a little sharp, but it's pretty accurate. I think we have a fairly good picture of Stalin's regime, but I think there are still many things that it hid from the world in its time that have remained hidden. And I think that our picture of the Anglo-American world at that time is almost wholly through the eyes through which it wished to be seen and not a truly external perspective. So one way to illustrate that, and one way to, you know, the only, you know, for me, the best way to burst historical bubbles of any kind is with primary sources. So we're talking about these institutions of the post-war world that we live in, and here's a description of them from Time magazine in the 40s. Quote, These are the high spots of organized U.S. Protestantism's super Protestant new program for a just and durable peace after World War II. Ultimately, a world government of delegated powers. Complete abandonment of U.S. isolationism. Strong immediate limitations on national sovereignty. International control of all armies and navies. A universal system of money so planned as to prevent inflation and deflation. Worldwide freedom of immigration. Progressive elimination of all tariff and quota restrictions on world trade. Autonomy for all subject and colonial peoples, with much better treatment for Negroes in the US. And we can go on and on. You sort of recognize probably this program. It is from the 1940s. And I think the conventional view of kind of year zero, 1945, is that, the Nazis, Hitler, the Japanese, the fascists tried to take over the world. The free world barely stopped them. The world was left in chaos and ruin. And then we had to come up with all these beautiful ideas like the United Nations and so forth as to how the world was to be governed. So it's a little shocking when I have people to read this piece and then they look at the date. And the date is March 1942. So this is a program that is basically was an American program. And there's what is this super Protestant thing? How is this a religious program? We don't really normally think of the United Nations as a religious or a Protestant institution. What the heck is going on with that? Well, that's a long, long, long discourse. I would say, broadly speaking, the answer to that question, since it's foolish to raise a question without answering it, is that the international aid complex of the post-war world is actually the mainline Christian missionary complex of the pre-war world. If you meet a post-war missionary, that's an evangelical Christian. But before 1940, the word missionary is used for things like the Rockefeller, work in China, and this is what we now call international aid. It has lost its sectarian character entirely. But the thing is, when we see these war aims as war aims at the start of the war, it's really rather puzzling because these war aims are pretty universal. They actually look like the war aims of a movement that intends to conquer the whole world, which is in fact what it did. And if you look at that, and the people who wrote, I'm only quoted a piece of this. Moreover, the people who wrote this, obviously this is well after the US has joined the Soviet Union formally in siding with this, they regarded the US and the Soviet alliance not as an alliance of convenience against an invasion, but they saw a genuine ideological bond. And that ideological bond was only broken after the victory of this coalition, in the entire world. And so, when you sense basically like, okay, this aim, clearly these ideas are not new even in 1942. They are the ideas of interwar internationalism. And it's very easy to find plenty of record of interwar internationalism and essentially, we're only, just beginning to plumb the historical depths of these ideas because they certainly go all the way back to Kant. And so when we look at World War II through this very different lens, and we almost start to see World War II as a sort of kind of progressive jihad for world conquest. And we see that adversaries in World War II, about whom we know, again, quite a great deal and understand quite a great deal, as three very poorly coordinated rebellions against this nascent international order or international community, which was clearly a thing that was striving to be born well before World War II. So when we start its history in 1945 or even 1941, we're really doing very bad history. And the danger with having the legitimacy of your governing institutions based on history, as all legitimacy ultimately is that if good history and true history and real history can undermine that legitimacy, you're living in something of a castle built on sand. In fact, I would say someone mentioned, I guess John O'Sullivan in his opening address mentioned the sort of the 30 glorious years of the post-war world. But to the extent that that post-war world is built on, for example, a relationship between the US and the Soviet Union that no one can regard as innocent, that it's built on the, for example, enormous post-war crimes against Germans and other peoples in Eastern Europe. I have a friend who's Slovenian. He's like, oh yeah, there's pits all around the country full of dead Germans. The right-wing governments try to dig them up, and the left-wing governments try to suppress them. I think estimates are 1 to 2 million Germans are killed after the end of the war. Like, that's a conservative estimate. And so really there's a kind of Bluebeard's castle element to this post-war world that we're living in, where we are not actually capable of going and saying, what is the origin of this? What is the source of this? What is this sort of interwar world that, sort of out of which spawned this thing that we have that sort of claims to be for all time. The United Nations sees itself as existing in the 3rd millennium AD, but so did Hitler's regime. It was the 1,000-year wreck. And when we look, let's sort of go a little bit farther back at this origin story, because what is this thing that we call the international community? How does it relate, for example, to another thing called the British Empire? Is the international community essentially the current version of the British Empire with its priorities greatly altered and its center shifted toward Washington from London? Here's another fun primary source that I discovered when looking into this stuff. We all know about World War I, the Great War. It was caused by the assassination at Sarajevo, and the mobilization timetables just couldn't be altered, and it was a big accident, and everybody went crazy. The lights were all going out. So there's a telegram, there's a cable that was sent by Colonel House, who was Woodrow Wilson's chief foreign policy advisor, a very mysterious figure. It was a time of mysterious figures because many more things were done individually at that time. So if you really want conspiracy theory-like things, go earlier in the century, not later in the century. So House goes in May of 1914 to Europe and visits Sarajevo has not yet happened. The Archduke is happily enjoying his morganatic marriage to Sophie Chotek, and he writes this cable. And what's interesting about this cable is that it's widely quoted, and yet everyone, including Christopher Clark in his book The Sleepwalkers, which is one of the better histories of World War I today, everyone cuts off this quote before I'm going to quote it off. He says, "The situation is extraordinary. It is militarism runs stark mad. Unless someone acting for you," meaning Wilson, "can bring about a different understanding, there is someday to be an awful cataclysm." True. No one in Europe can do it. There is too much hatred, too many jealousies. Cuts off the quote there. Then the best summary of World War I that I've ever heard, which is from months before the conflict, is as following. "Whenever England consents, France and Russia will close in on Germany and Austria." Okay, that is the Central Powers theory of the war. And that is the Central Powers theory of the war being expressed months before the war. And yes, I believe that's essentially what happened, because the thing is, what you have to remember when we look at European history and world history is that the world has been a unipolar order since 1815. There is basically, Great Britain is primus inter pares after the Battle of Waterloo. It never relinquishes that condition, and there are no great powers equal to it after that. And the fundamental cause of World War I is, it's, for example, one of the things you hear about World War I is this sort of gross mistranslation or misinterpretation of Germany's national anthem when it says, Germany overall, it means I prefer Germany to all countries. And when the Germans in 1913 talked about, for example, a place in the sun, what they meant was, hey, on paper, it's supposed to be a multipolar world order. So why not basically treat us as a peer, let us have colonies, let us do all these imperial things that we're doing. We're going to have a fleet that is equal to yours. And a bunch of bureaucrats in the Foreign Office were like, wow, it is really important to prevent a Germany from having a fleet as big as England's. And so the result is, for this sort of bureaucratic, interest, which they'd made a huge PR fuss over, they burned down the Foreign Office, I believe, burned down Western civilization. I really, 110 years ago, you would have been in the city and you would have heard people blaming the war on Edward Grey, and I believe that is in many ways true. So, again, these ghosts, especially, here in Budapest, which was very much a part of that, are not entirely dead. And when we basically talk about how do we get, we sort of see this multipolar world order kind of returning, but a key part of returning that multipolar world order is breaking the sort of historical legendarium that makes us treat the set of institutions established after World War II by the winning parties as somehow sort of universal. And it may be a little bit of an exaggeration to say that the EU is about as European as the Warsaw Pact was Polish, but fundamentally, I don't believe it's wrong. And let me go back even further to the first of the primary sources that I'm going to give you. This is from the Monroe Doctrine Address in 1823, which was delivered by James Monroe, authored by John Quincy Adams, another great, American, and inspired by George Canning, the British Foreign Secretary, who said that he's called the New World into existence to redress something the old. And everybody knows the Monroe Doctrine. But most people don't know that the Monroe Doctrine, there were actually two Monroe Doctrines. And if you read, there is one for Latin America, but there is one for Europe. And let me read the Monroe Doctrine as expressed for Europe in 1823. Our policy in regard to Europe, which was adopted at an early stage of the wars which have so long agitated that quarter of the globe, that is the Napoleonic Wars, nevertheless remains the same, which is not to interfere in the internal concerns of any of its powers, to consider the government de facto as the legitimate government for us. That's a denial of the Stimson Doctrine. To cultivate friendly relations with it, and to preserve those relations by a frank, firm, and manly policy. Meeting in all instances the just claims of every power, submitting to injuries from none. So that's essentially a statement of what I call classical international law. This is the international law, not the international law that starts to appear late in the 19th century, well into the era of essentially the British unipolar order, in which we start to see late in the 19th century, there's sort of these calls for international arbitration. There are these ideas that sort of we could all get together and have agreements instead of war. In a way, this anticipates the British solution to Sarajevo. And the British solution to Sarajevo is basically like, oh, I see the kids are I see you kids are fighting, let daddy sort it out. The British solution to Sarajevo was that basically, rather than, sort of accepting this casus belli, which the Austrians saw because they saw very clearly that this was the work of the government of Serbia and even of Russian intelligence, which was afterwards proved to be correct, that essentially Britain and this nascent international community was saying, Austria-Hungary, you do not have the right to make war. And if you read classical international law, and I always recommend Vattel's Law of Nations because it's an absolutely scintillating presentation of that, you will find that what Vattel considers the most important right of nations is the right to make war. And he will tell you that if you lose the right to independently make war, you have lost your sovereignty. It's all pretend after that. And I think that Vattel is essentially right, and I think that if we look at many 20th century structures that involve sort of quasi-sovereignty, what is really the difference between NATO and, say, the Delian League of Athens? Those were also, like the Warsaw Pact, nominally alliances of equals. Rome had many friends, they used similar terminologies, but in fact, all of these nations had in fact lost their sovereignty because they had lost the right to do foreign policy because they had lost the right to make war. And if you lose your right to make war and your right to decide on war independently in and of yourself, your sovereignty is gone and everything else is going to disappear. And one of the fascinating things about the loss of sovereignty, and especially military sovereignty, are we almost out of time? We're almost there. And let me close with this in a way, is that, there are so many similarities between our world and the world of the Roman Empire. And one of the similarities is the Roman Empire is composed of many, many polities that used to be independent states. Basically, every city in the Roman Empire was formerly an independent state. And, one of the things that people think when they see sort of the kind of the binding force of this 1945 year zero empire declining, which it clearly is, although I think it's much more alive than many people here think it is, unfortunately. You might think that as the Roman Empire declined, the formerly independent nations that were within it would recover their sovereignty. And Athens would return to being the master of the Mediterranean, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There would be a new Periclean age. Nothing like this happened anywhere. Maybe to some extent in the most barbarized areas, the most barbarous, far-flung areas of Roman civilization, you see some kinds of recoveries like that, like the barbarous Welsh become, independent in a sense. Roman Britain is utterly extinguished. And when you look at actually the condition of Greece under the Roman Empire, I would argue that it is very reminiscent of the condition of Europe today. Because having lost its sovereignty, it essentially became a theme park. What was Athens under the Roman Empire? Athens in 300 AD, a place you sent your kids to get expensive educations in rhetoric. And, strangely enough, although they were very educated, the late Romans, the sort of the grammarian class placed a lot of importance on education. They really cared about that. They believed that they were writers on a par with Virgil. The Greeks believed that they were writing plays as good as Aeschylus's plays. We read it now and we're just like, this is utter crap. And somehow that is connected to the loss of military sovereignty. And that loss of that, intangible, quality of nationness, which somehow is created by war and created by conflict. And so, as we basically see the kind of the waning of this, post-war, Westphalian order, we should remind ourselves that in many ways, when we use these Westphalian terms like country and nation and so forth, we're using them in a somewhat disingenuous way because we are still living within this post-war world order. Even the Cold War was a fracture in that unitary order. And so, understanding the level of revolution or the level of change that is necessary to move to a multipolar order, all I can say is please read Vattel. Very easy read, very well written, very tight, and you will see very clearly, which is the real international law and which is the fake. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Curtis, for that. So, Curtis is also going to join the panel, and so I'm now going to introduce the panelists if they could all come up to the stage. This panel, again, is International Institutionalism Dead? And obviously, Curtis Yarvin's on the panel, but was also joined by Zoltán Kovács, who's a State Secretary for International Communication and Relations in the Cabinet Office of the Prime Minister of Hungary. Mr. Kovács. We also have Eugene Kontorovic, Senior Research Fellow at the Heritage Foundation and a professor at the Antonian Scalia Law School of George Mason University. We also have Ernst Roetz, Executive Director of Lex Libertas. And finally, we have Stefano Gennarini, President for Legal Studies, Center for Family and Human Rights. And our moderator for this panel will be our Deputy Director here and Operations Director here at the Danube Institute, Gergely Dobozi. Gergely.
So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, at this marvelous conference, for which I really thank for my colleagues to set this up. So our panel is titled, Is International Institutionalism Dead? If everyone asked me, my answer would be quite simple and we could move on to the lunch break. But it's obviously much more detailed. So, by throwing the first question, and while I'm doing that, I would recall my university memories. I received my law degree in 2016, and back then the the professors teaching international law were quite skeptical at that time. However, we are in 2015 right now, and I could imagine what would be their attitude today. Before we get into the details, I would like to ask Mr. State Secretary Kovács to enshrine the Hungarian experience about the Westphalian system.
Well, I'm afraid I'm the only one actually here who's bearing any kind of responsibility when formulating an answer to a philosophical question. Analysts, philosophers, members of different kinds of boards do live in the luxury of being void of immediate responsibility, at least. But obviously politics is different. So it could be a very short conversation because my answer would be to the title of the panel, yes. But let me be tempted by the very fact that I'm a historian by profession. And looking back to what I've been teaching about the international order for almost 20 years at universities, and what I've learned about the nature of the international order itself and the international organizations that were designed to run the international system, that the answer, yes, is obviously more complicated and requires more understanding and more explanation. While we were having our small talk before the panel, my vision for the moment actually is, most of you are familiar with the film Django Unchained, or Unbound. And I think the international order and the international institutions are unchained for the moment. Some of them are drifting slowly and in silence towards insufficiency or irrelevance. Some of them have been unchained actually by the terms or by the notion, by the sense of the film itself, say ICC, or the European Union, actually, which is not an international organization per se, but in many respects does resemble, which are utilizing or rather misusing the elements of competence that have been trusted to them. And I'm trying to find the proper words here from a political perspective, because a lot was told about, and we are going to discuss sovereignty as such. But certainly, in our perception, and that's what is being proven as we speak, international organizations don't really have sovereignty. And I think that's the major issue here, that we come back to the original sense of the philosophical term, actually invented by Jean Bodin back in the 16th century, that sovereignty belongs to the nation state, or belongs to states which are confined, which are created by, most of the time actually by some kind of nationhood or nationality, or the equivalent of it around the globe. So we see a major reshuffle, reshaking of the international order, not as if we haven't seen such things actually for the past 400 years or 500 years almost. But this is a major test of the international order, not only because of the international institutions' survival, but in my perception, in our perception, if you like, because it's a test of the Western perception of the international order, and that is the very philosophical foundations of what we mean by words, by sovereignty, by equality of nations, by international organizations themselves. So how that is going to come is an open question. So we are, in our perception, we are in the very initial phases, actually, of that reshuffling. We don't know when it's going to end, how it's going to happen. But as we look around, we see so many symptoms and examples of what and how it is happening. Very briefly, that would be my entering remarks.
Professor Kontorovich, my next question would go to you. So we can agree that at least the whole international institutional system is quite messed up. And in this kind of swamp, there is much more easier to lead attacks on both the institutions and both the countries. And we met for the first time at our conference here last year, the rule of law as lawfare. So if we talk about this term lawfare, what do you think? Is this institutional system, the international institutional system, is challenged because it's weak, or because it's because the institutions overstep their authority?
Yes, both. That is to say, the institutions have failed to deliver what they've promised, and intruded into areas, beyond their original competence and understanding. These institutions were originally created to meet minimum conditions of peace. But when we speak about, first of all, when we speak about the international liberal order, those definitions are so important, and there's no good definition today. If you look it up, you'll find in international relations literature paragraph-long definitions of what this international liberal order is, which means nobody knows, and nobody ever really did know. In 1945, when the United Nations were being created, there were mixed motives. Mr. Yarvin brought this text by the Protestant Congress, a Protestant Congress in the United States, who had kind of millennial views of it. And already this was mainstream Protestant denominations in the United States, which had become, whose religious worldview reflected mainstream liberalism, and had replaced, the Second Coming with the Second Coming of the League of Nations, and that's kind of what they saw this as. The Soviets had a very different view, and immediately hijacked it. So this UN rules-based order, 3 years after it was created, right here was declared the Hungarian People's Republic, which was neither democratic nor particularly rules-based. So the West allowed the Soviets to hijack it from the beginning. It was never really, did not come into being, and did not manage to prevent conflict. It was never going to be a tool to prevent conflict, because international law is very good at low-level repeated interactions, regulating them. For example, you kick out my ambassador, I'll kick out your ambassador. You don't deport the kidnapper, we won't deport your kidnapper. Those things happen a lot of times a day, and they're relatively low stakes. When we come to questions of war and peace, that's the last move of the game. And there's no credible way in which international law can enforce that. At the same time, especially in Europe being most prominent, but also in the United Nations under the Soviet influence, which used things like UNESCO to begin to propagate particular educational theories, pro-Soviet educational theories, it has become intrusive into the inner workings of nation states, which international law never attempted before to do. And thus, it was not simply a world government as an attempt to prevent conflict between nations, but an attempt to impose what I would call the policy products of late 20th century, early 21st century Western European states upon all the world. That's obviously also something that's not going to be appealing if it does not come with the kind of security which, of course, Rome and the British Empire could promise. So a lack of ability to secure or project force, combined with massive internal regulation, is going to create a lot of backlash.
Thank you. Director Ritz, how does the Westphalian system look like from South Africa?
Thank you. Let me start with a broad comment about whether internationalism or international institutionalism is dead, and then I'll go back to South Africa. So in South Africa, we of course have the big five animals. When people travel to South Africa, those are the animals you want to see most. It's the elephant, the lion, the leopard, the buffalo, and the rhino. And I want to say something about the buffalo, because the buffalo is, the African buffalo looks almost like a cow. And so what's so exceptional about this particular animal? And because it's also a very peaceful animal, they travel in herds and so forth. But the buffalo also has a nickname by hunters. They call it the Black Death. And the reason, therefore, is because it's generally a peaceful animal, but it's extremely dangerous to hunt. And the reason, therefore, is because when the buffalo is injured, it becomes exceptionally dangerous. It becomes reckless in a way. And I mention this because, in a sense, I think this international institutionalism that we're discussing, perhaps my answer would be that it is not dead, but that it is dying. And it's comparable to the metaphor of the buffalo. Because of the fact that it is dying, it is exceptionally dangerous. Because when a buffalo knows that it is injured, when it knows that it is dying, it starts to act outside its typical nature, and it charges and it becomes extremely aggressive. And I think that's partly what we experience now. Now, from an Afrikaner perspective in South Africa, I'm happy you asked that question, what does it look like from our perspective? Because our notion of the state or the nation state is very different from what our European friends and American friends have, in the sense that we regard this in many ways as our primary threat, and as the threat, not the solution. And so the state, I would say, when we talk, I'll explain why now, but I would say when we talk about the international crisis, from our perspective, the return is not by definition to return to the nation state, because the nation state is a vessel, and it could be filled with good actors or bad actors. And if it's filled with good actors, that's good. But if it's filled with bad actors, it's very bad for you. Because it's still somewhat of a modern construct, a product of Enlightenment philosophy and so forth. So our experience in South Africa is it's actually very interesting to compare the Afrikaners in South Africa to the Hungarians in Europe, in the sense that South Africa is a very big country. South Africa is almost the size of Europe. The distance from the north to the south is about the distance from where we are now to London. So it's very much the size of Western Europe, but it's much more diverse than Western Europe, with 12 official languages spoken in the country, and that's just the official ones. And so it's more diverse, it's almost as big, but it's also very poor, which is important because that, in a sense, influences the type of political decisions that are made eventually. But despite that, it has a very highly centralized political system. In many ways comparable to you could say, the European Union. So we often say the Afrikaner relationship with the South African government is almost like the Hungarians with regard to the European Union. And then the argument we get is, when we disagree with what the government is doing, that we are anti-democratic. Now, that would be the equivalent of saying that when the European Parliament decides something and the Hungarians disagree, then the Hungarians are against democracy. And so I would say the solution lies in returning to what I like to call natural communities. In other words, just our nations and our communities as they have been created by God, and what is natural. And finding our solutions in that context, as opposed to looking at artificial structures or to the international system to solve our problems.
Vice President Gennarini, how does it feel like representing an NGO at the UN?
Hi, it's a lot of fun. I'll say openly, I'm not a academic, or I don't deal in the realm of ideas. I'm a practitioner, a human rights lawyer, and a lonely conservative human rights lawyer at that. At the United Nations, there's very few of us in the world, actually, who are human rights lawyers and also conservative. I would have to disagree with the notion that internationalism is failing in legitimacy. I would take the view that if you look at it from a democratic perspective, from the perspective of defending sovereignty, yes, international institutions are failing, beginning with the European Union and beginning with the failure of European states to assert their sovereignty in the European Union, and let alone the United Nations. But I think when you look at it at the international institutions, in particular the United Nations, but going on from there, the OAS, the African Union, even ASEAN to a certain degree, they are functioning very well from a bureaucratic standpoint. And from a bureaucratic standpoint, they have lots of legitimacy. And I say this simply looking at the numbers. Every year, the General Assembly adopts over 350 resolutions. The vast majority of those resolutions are adopted by consensus. And in the vast majority of cases, very few UN member states even make a declaration to qualify their acceptance of the terms in those resolutions, even though those resolutions are incredibly intrusive into domestic policy spaces that only 20 years ago would have been unthinkable. So, for example, we have now UN resolutions that talk about global governance. 10 years ago, when I was at the United Nations already, it would have been unthinkable to talk about global governance in the context of UN resolutions. But now it's possible. And so what I think is really in crisis isn't internationalism, but it's sovereignty. It's the exercise of sovereignty by states. States are forgetting how to assert their sovereignty. There is the lack of capacity to even assert their sovereignty. And I see this especially in the context of the conservative movement. As I said, I am a very lonely conservative lawyer at the United Nations. I love going to Washington, D.C. because there are so many conservative think tanks and so many conservative lawyers fighting to work in the same spaces, whereas at the United Nations, really there's like 3 of us. I really think that what's really needed, in order also to, and so what's the danger here? The danger is from the bureaucracy. I really liked what you brought up about the origins of the First World War in the Great Game. You know, the Great Game that the bureaucrats of the Foreign Office were playing in the 1800s. And I see the danger today. It's coming from the European Union. You have bureaucrats who are unaccountable, who have no real constituency, and they are playing geopolitical games very deliberately. And it's very dangerous because they don't represent any natural sovereign interest, and they are doing it very deliberately. And in this session of the General Assembly, their game is going to be to tell every country in the world, don't worry, don't listen to the Trump administration, you can wait this out. We'll hold your hand. We're going to fund the UN. In fact, we're going to reform the UN. The EU is now backing something called the UN 80 initiative, which is a reform of the United Nations, which is essentially, as every UN reform has ever been, to consolidate more power in the Secretariat, to remove supervision from sovereign states, to limit the ability of sovereign states to control the organization, and all of this will have the effect of further isolating the United States. And so there's a real challenge for countries to learn to assert their sovereignty in the multilateral space. I think there's a way of doing it. I don't think the theory of the founding of the UN was entirely that. I mean, I think what actually happened with the founding of the UN is a very realistic system. If you read the UN Charter, I think it's much closer to classical international law than the founders or ideological founders anticipated. But I think that there's a lack of ability of countries to assert their sovereignty, which is a foundation stone and pillar for the UN to function. And without that, the UN becomes a dangerous institution in the world, especially as an extension of the EU.
Thank you very much. Speaking of sovereignty, State Secretary Kovács, I would like to ask someone from the Hungarian government who has experience about asserting sovereignty within the European Union. What are the perspectives of it?
Thank you, and I'm just going to connect to Stefano because I believe he's been on the track I wanted to follow, and that is the EU, and that's probably is a glitch in the design, has no sovereignty. Full stop. And that's a problem. That's why the present US administration is in trouble, actually, whom they wanted to talk to, if it's about cutting a deal, if it's about coming to solutions. Because though the head of the Commission would like to play this game, she's not a sovereign. In no way. The Parliament is not a sovereign. If somebody of the EU is closest to embodying sovereignty, is the collection of heads of states which are entitled to make decisions, and then others follow. Now, the name of the game is, I agree with the UN model, as you described, is that faceless bureaucracies in these international organizations have basically come to their own lives. Bureaucracies and organizations, institutions. And I think we all like institutions because for the Western mind, institutionalizing something means that it brings security, trust, the kind of way of life we would like to receive or we want to have from the state, the territorial state or the sovereign state. And that is basically security. But when institutions come to their own lives, they are unchained or unbound, they basically start to live their own lives, like beyond their original habitat or original nature. And they become obviously dangerous because we call it, and that's what we see in an accelerating manner for the past 10, 15 years by now. It goes beyond actually the past 15 years, is the stealth way of stealing and taking away elements of sovereignty from the member states in the European Union. This is the name of the game. They invent novel ways of approaching it, mostly legal. That's a glitch in the design also that the treaty lets it happen. And I would be able to tell you examples just from the past couple of days, say since the peak of the migration crisis, which we celebrate, we commemorate the 10th anniversary, 400,000 people going through this country without permission, actually, because they've been invited by Western European leaders and by an EU bureaucracy which basically helped their way and helped illegal border crossings during that period of time, and as a matter of fact still are supporting instead of stopping it. Another element was COVID. The European Union and institutions has nothing to do with the healthcare system of the member states. The biggest scandal, political scandal of our age, is the present president of the Council ordering over 1 billion vaccines by text messages. Whose authorization? How did that come? And then we come to the territory of energy sovereignty and so on. You see all these attempts, actually, by which the EU bureaucracy is trying to exclude the normal, down-to-earth, rational answers to this question, say access to pipelines, access to accessibility of energy, say for landlocked Central European countries, versus the ongoing Ukrainian-Russia war, the sanction policy, and so on. So all these conflicts, especially for the past 10 years, have provided novel means for these bureaucracies actually to utilize against sovereign member states, still take away more and more elements of sovereignty. So sovereignty is under attack by these bureaucracies and institutions, and they've never been entitled for that. This is the name of the game if it's the European Union, but in many respects we agree if it's about the entire world order and the institutions that were meant to run it by a compromise or understanding, mutual understanding of the sovereign member states who basically made them, who established them.
Thank you. Professor Kontorovich, if we accept that we are entering the era of multipolarity, is the notion of universal rule still viable, or has it always been more rhetoric than reality?
It's universally true that if you don't address mail to the people who it's sent to via the rules created by the International Postal Union, you're not going to get your mail sent either. That's true. As for bigger top-level things, the rules of war and peace, when we speak of this international order, when things worked well, I think we're referring to a very brief period of time between the two falls, as I call it, between the fall of the Berlin Wall and the fall of the Twin Towers. When everybody thought that there's going to now be these international rules that govern relations between states, like a teacher governing kids on a schoolyard, and many remarkable things happened during this decade, generally not good, based on this idea. For example, this is when the International Criminal Court was created. So we're going to have international judges making decisions about countries' conduct in war and peace. This is when Israel agreed to the Oslo Accords, empowering a terrorist government because they thought history was over. This is when the white minority in South Africa agreed to terms that would be disastrous for them. This is when the West took the side of a Muslim belligerent against a Christian country in the Yugoslav Civil War for, I think, the first time in the history of the West. But the rules were going to make it work. In fact, none of those situations ended particularly well for those involved. And now we're seeing that. But, as I think several of us have commented, at that time, the European Union was further empowered. A global class of bureaucrats was empowered and entrenched in deep ways that are hard to root out. What the EU and UN and the ICC all have in common, they remind me of like American survivalists in a bunker, but they're super double insulated against accountability. Wow, like a big global reform effort could come along, and they have created structures that make it very difficult to wrest power from their hands or even figure out what they're doing. So these rules never worked. We're beginning to wake up to it, but actually prying the power and the funds from those who wield it now is a very difficult task.
Thank you. Would you like to ask something?
Yeah, can I add to that? I think that it very much resonates with our experience in South Africa. Eugene spoke of the two falls, so the Berlin Wall. Let me tell you just a short version of the quick history of the months that followed on the fall of the Berlin Wall. That was October 89, and then in February 1990, so it's 3 months thereafter, basically, 3 or 4 months after, the South African president, F.W. de Klerk, announced that they would release Nelson Mandela and they would start negotiating for a new democratic South Africa. And his argument in sort of the hallways or the corridors of his cabinet was that the Berlin Wall had fallen, which means, New World Order, all of these things, end of history. It was sort of the hype of that. And the assumption was that those Cold War threats have now been defeated and so forth. But something quite interesting happened between the fall of the Berlin Wall in October and that speech in February, which is that a man named Joe Slovo, who was the chairperson or the Secretary General of the Communist Party in South Africa, wrote a paper called "Is Socialism Dead?" or "Has Socialism Failed?" And the short version of his argument was that it's funny reading it today, but real socialism hasn't been tried. He said, actually, it's Stalinism that has failed, but the future of communism and socialism there's still a very strong future. And he then said the road to socialism is through liberal democracy. And so if we, the communists in South Africa, want to promote our communist agenda, we have to position ourselves as liberal individualists, freedom-loving people, argue in favor of all these liberal ideas. And then our revolution would be a democratic revolution, which means that we would present ourselves as liberals, then get control of the levers of power. And once we have that, we would start implementing more radical change on the road to this revolution. And that's exactly what has happened in South Africa. They actually announced about 10 years ago that they have to now go to the second phase of the revolution. And then they started all these more aggressive policies. I do think... So partly that the whole South African project has failed as a result of this end-of-history ideology, this assumption that actually we're all just the same. If we just enforce liberal democracy on this African nation, everyone's going to become liberal Democrats. But I think another part of this is the identity side of it, where it's not simply about a struggle between those who love capitalism and those who love communism. There's a very strong, what they would describe as a black nationalist element to what's happening in South Africa, that people who aren't black are the enemy, and people who don't fall in line with our nationalistic program, and nationalism can be a good or a bad thing, of course, but who don't fall in line, they are the enemy, and they have to be destroyed. And then I think there's a third part of it, which is very relevant in, I think, the rest of the world, and I think it links very much to what we saw last week with Charlie Kirk, and the response to that is, in a certain sense, the response to Fukuyama's end of history was Huntington's Clash of Civilizations, and the argument that actually we're still in this era of different civilizations, and there would be clashes between them. But there's another part, I think, of the explanation that isn't that well put forth by Huntington, which is, in an important sense, I think what we are now is a clash between those who wish to preserve civilization as such and those who just want to promote barbarism. And you see that with people celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, but because they didn't agree with his ideas. And so I think that is a very important part of the conflict that we are in now, is people who have no interest in civilization, they have no interest in tradition, they don't want their nation or their tradition to have dominance over another. They just want to destroy things, and they get fun, they find it as a joyful project to see things being destroyed.
If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Yarvin wants to add something.
Yeah, I think this is one of the cases in which, when you sort of zoom out and take a slightly larger view of history, again, outside the post-1945 bubble, you see a bigger picture. When I was, first starting to get interested in revising history, I came across a fact about South African history that surprised me a lot. It was a claim by what seemed like a very untrustworthy source that in 1960, a researcher at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace had written a military plan for a joint U.S.-Soviet invasion of South Africa. And I was like, what? And so I went and I actually found this document, and it did in fact exist. It was written at RAND. It's called South Africa and United Nations Collective Measures. And the last chapter of it is indeed the military plan. I don't know if it has the Red Army and the Marine Corps, joining hands on the Transvaal or whatever. But, you read this and you're like, this is utterly insane. And then you're like, wait a second, it's 1960. This is only 15 years into year zero. This lady is just talking about getting the band back together. And in fact, in 56, in Suez, we see the U.S. and the USSR unite against Israel, Britain, and France. And, that's sort of, if you're in this sort of Cold War mentality where you're kind of modeling Stalin as Hitler or whatever, that's, again, very hard to explain. But if you basically remember the, World War II global progressive jihad, it actually makes a great deal of sense. And then when you learn that Nelson Mandela was supported for his entire career by both the US and the USSR, and that he was in fact on the Politburo of the SACP, which was admitted only after his death, you're like, wow, this is all kind of coming together in a way. And the picture actually becomes much simpler the bigger you make it.
Thank you. Given that for our own sake, our time is limited because we are moving on to the lunch break, we only have 10 minutes left. So I would like to land my very last question to Vice President Gennarini. At this panel, we challenged liberal international legal system, and I think what we challenge it the most, because we need order, is the liberal element, or what is left of it. What do you think? What comes next if our challenges are right?
So the short answer is war. If the only thing that's going to replace the United Nations is a global conflagration. So I don't see the UN going away through a bureaucratic reform, and that should make us all pause, especially conservatives who've been saying the UN has no legitimacy. We don't want the UN for the last 80 years. At this point, you got to contemplate the alternatives realistically, and so I think it is in all our interest for countries to truly assert their sovereignty in order to reform this out-of-control bureaucracy. And it starts with reforming the domestic bureaucracy, which deals with foreign relations, because that's where the problem starts. You need to have people who know what it means to represent your country in international institutions. I mean, just to understand the degree of forgetfulness of this, it used to be in the United Nations General Assembly that any one country could filibuster any process. It's no longer the case. Now there are timed intervention for every member state, and the microphone gets cut off. Can you imagine if that were the case in the middle of the Cold War? What would have happened? I mean, the UN worked great in a multipolar world. It was built for a multipolar world, in fact. And I think there are ways to reform it, but it involves serious reforms, not just simply cutting funds, because the U.S. administrations, what we do is we cut the funding, but the EU comes in, or the China will come in, fund more, and gain even more leverage and influence in the organization. So what's needed is real engagement and a lot of it. And it can't be one country alone. It has to be a coalition of countries. That's why from the pro-life, pro-family side, I'm very happy to see Hungary working with Turkey, working with the United States. I think that these kind of relations in trade, also in security, can also bear fruit also in the sphere that I'm more interested in, which is the protection of life and family and sort of higher norms, if you like, of the international system.
Thank you very much. State Secretary, short comment.
I very much agree what I've heard, and I think the most dangerous issue here is when these dying or outgoing institutions, which have been weaponized anyway, are being used as a weapon by someone or by the very bureaucracy itself, because they simply overwrite the rules. You mentioned this issue in the UN. We see that happening with the European Union. So all these claims, all these arguments actually for, say, simple majority decision in foreign policy is fully against the treaty. It cannot be done. And there are big, very strong forces actually working on the very issue to change it into reality. And this is happening in all different areas, including, say, membership. How they try to push a warring country, Ukraine, into the European Union as a kind of a security reassurance, which is not. We see these efforts coming from international organizations because they've been weaponized. And I'm sorry to say, but the liberal, progressive, whatever we call them, side was doing that very conscientiously, probably actually contributing to its failure. But the design today and so far is that they still have some lifespan remaining, and they can use and utilize the power they have in a different way that has been assigned to them originally.
Thank you. Curtis, short comments, please.
Short comments. Short comments on what? I like, in a way, like, it's like when I hear sort of comments about, I think the UN, don't take this the wrong way, but like, in the UN was felt to be so important in the 50s and 60s that a U.S. Supreme Court Justice Arthur Goldberg actually stepped down from the Supreme Court to be our UN ambassador. Today, I think if Turtle Bay disappeared entirely, climate change, something, I don't think anyone would even notice. And I don't think that basically the number of UN resolutions that are passed, every year are just, they don't exist as far as sort of anyone is concerned. I think if you that's the fundamental test of any political institution. You say, if this did not exist, would the world change? If Elizabeth II had disappeared, the government of Great Britain would have been exactly the same. If Elizabeth I had disappeared, I don't know what, would have happened, but it would have been something different. And so, we can see that in a way, there are many international institutions that are not like this, but the UN has definitely reached the stage of, like, I remember when the UN was used all the time in the sort of the Gulf War sorts of things. No one even mentions it in the context of Ukraine, in the context of, I guess, the UN RWA, which is practically its own thing. In Gaza, no one's like, well, what is the General Assembly going to vote on when it comes to Gaza? So, in a way, it's already dead. It's just a matter of carrying out the corpse. And I'd love to see Donald Trump. I love to see anything that resembles an American Gorbachev doctrine, where the U.S. says to its empire, "We're done." And I think pulling out of the UN would be a great gesture of that kind.
Thank you very much, Professor. Please.
Yeah. So far, we've spoken, and I think this is a good note to end on. We've spoken about international institutions, EU, the United Nations, with let's say general membership. But I want to mention one that we haven't mentioned. The International Criminal Court, which neither the United States nor, as of now, Hungary are members of. And I want to congratulate the nation of Hungary and the government of Mr. Orban for really being path setters, trailblazers in quitting this completely illegitimate institution. But the ICC, we see, unlike the United Nations, which depends on being members, should really be likened to an enemy state, an enemy entity, because it is seeking to prosecute the leaders of Israel. It has now threatened also to prosecute President Trump for what they call ethnic cleansing in the deportations of illegal immigrants and crimes against humanity for attacks on Venezuelan narco-terrorists, all of which are member states. So an entity that seeks to take out the leaders, abduct the leaders of major Western states, should really be seen not just as an illegitimate bureaucratic organization, but a weaponized threat of the kind of, I would call, like the fighting force of the European bureaucratic culture. And we hopefully will see more countries following the extraordinary brave lead. I would like to say I'm one of the first people, I think, to have suggested here in Budapest the idea of Hungarian ICC exit. And one of the things the people in the foreign ministry said is, well, the Europeans say that like it's against EU law for Hungary to quit, that you can't quit. And I said, well, quit, and you'll see that you can quit. And hopefully more countries will learn the same.
Thank you. Closing remarks, please.
So quick, just concluding remarks. I know it's somewhat oversimplified, but I always say there's an easy way to distinguish between good philosophy and bad philosophy, or a good philosopher and a bad philosopher. And my line on that is a good philosopher or good philosophy seeks to understand the world as it is, and a bad philosopher or bad philosophy seeks to prescribe what the world should be. And I think it's the same goes for international structures and systems. Obviously, we need them in a sense that We need some form of a structure or a system or an office or whatever you want to call it to help facilitate conversation, to help facilitate dialogue, to help facilitate cooperation and whatever that could be. Obviously, it should be much smaller. But the question is, to what extent does it recognize the world as it is? To what extent does it recognize nations, sovereignty, these type of things, as opposed to what extent does it try to change the world? Does it try to enforce, and it has become a buzzword, but to what extent does it try to enforce a new world order or a new way of thinking about the world? And I think that's what these international institutions are trying to do, to everyone's detriment, but fortunately also to their own detriment.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, our time is up and we have to wrap this up. But I hope that you enjoyed this panel and you are not disappointed that the panel has not been just shut down by answering a very, very simple question. Thank you, gentlemen, for participating in this panel. And now we proceed with the lunch break. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can I ask everyone to please take their seats and hopefully come down to the rows here. We're starting in 30 seconds, essentially. Yeah. Every time. In the crowd is always go too far. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back after lunch. And now we're continuing with the third panel of the day. And this topic today, this afternoon, is migration and citizenship. Can nations choose their members? And we have a panel moderated by Christoph Veles of 4 speakers who've come in from various countries. But before we get to the panel, same with the pattern this morning, we're going to have an opening keynote to set the themes of the panel. And we're very honored to be joined by, for this, the former Frontex Director for Europe and a member of the European Parliament, Fabrice Leggeri. Mr. Leggeri.
Well, thank you very much to the Danube Institute, and thank you very much for inviting me to this session. Migration and citizenship. Can nations choose their members? I think this is a very good question. And as an introduction, I would say that there used to be clear-cut notions. On the one hand, migration. On the other hand, citizenship. But lines have been blurred. And also the concept of migration, but also the concept of citizenship is much more complex than, has become more complex than it used to be. If you look at the notion of migration, of course there is economic, managed, controlled migration, but there is, and we know that in the context of the European Union, there is massive illegal migration, which is simply abusing asylum right. There are also very many confusions about what is a refugee, what is a migrant, what is a talent pool, as they say in Brussels in the Commission. So you see, migration is much more complex, and citizenship, that refers to the ability of a nation to define what is the national community. And there is a wide spectrum of definitions. You have some nations saying that it's a common civic, it's a set of common civic values. So, for example, France, and I think I can also say the United States, this is this kind of definition. In other countries, you have the reference to sharing common language or ethnic origins. So, an introduction just to set the scene. Now, my first question, why both migration and citizenship have been blurred, and by whom? In fact, in Europe, we can see that there has been a gradual shift to a no-border ideology and to an open society ideology. And we know what it means here in Budapest, with Soros, of course, funding a lot of this ideology. At the very beginning of the process, I think we have to remember that the EU process has been based or has been developed in order to lift internal border checks. Single market, free movement of goods, workers, and then finally Schengen free movement, which means that everybody is allowed to travel without physical border checks at the so-called internal borders. So that's the very beginning of the EU development. I also would like to say that the World Trade Organization and, let's say, the development of global free trade agreements has later on weakened the EU external borders that were supposed to protect the European Union. So there was one agreement, one political consensus, or at least that was the objective of the European Union, and what founding member states agreed on was to lift border checks at the internal borders, but to have a protection at the external borders. And step by step, those external borders have been weakened, which means that at some point our European nations they have become unprotected by any kind of borders. I also would like to explain that the historic, let's say, DNA of the European Commission has shifted to sort of pro-migrants NGOs ideology, and also has finally accepted the narrative spread by NGOs saying that, in fact, the European Union and those who, at least those who want to protect the external borders, that they just want to build a fortress Europe. And that this is, of course, morally bad in their views. I also would like to refer to another element, which is the fact that the EU has been developing for decades systems to regulate, I would also say to over-regulate, how internal borders check should disappear, and as a consequence, a set of infringement procedures against member states, against nations, and eventually the intervention of the EU Court of Justice. And this country here, Hungary, knows about that. In parallel, I just would like to show what I consider as the broader picture. In parallel, there is, of course, multiculturalism and woke ideology. This added more difficulties to these European nations that, in fact, have lost their borders. This multiculturalism and woke ideology has led us to a fragmentation of societies and nations, and we can see also cultural attacks against what I would say is the Western civilization. So attacks against so-called colonialism. Also the fact that we are accused of being accountable for slavery. And then the development of this narrative that is more and more spread even by European Commission papers and the NGOs funded by the European Commission, intersectional fights. This is woke language. So as a consequence, and I will explain why I'm referring to all of this. First consequence, and I'm still addressing why both migration and citizenship have been blurred and by whom. As a consequence, we see that our borders have been weakened and delegitimized. I can refer to what is the languages of NGOs and as former director of the European Border and Coast Guard Agency, I can also quote what the so-called fundamental rights officers and fundamental rights monitors were saying, that migrants, and now I'm quoting, have unconditional rights to enter the European Union and any member state of the European Union. So that means that nations lose their geographic, but also their cultural frame. And we can see, especially in Western European countries, coexistence of multiple identities, parallel societies on the same territory. So that's the first consequence. Second consequence of this, let's say, way of regulating based on the EU treaties, but the Commission over-regulating what member states are allowed or not allowed to do, that led to the fact that EU institutions have developed the concept of rule of law, which is now being weaponized against some nations. Again, Hungary here has been the target of this weaponization of rule of law. And we see that it's used against conservative governments. And there is also the development of the so-called fundamental rights. There is a Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, but it has been, again, developed in such a way that is now empowering NGOs, and it's weaponized against, organizations, governments, people, because then they can use that to track what they call hate speech, for example, or populism, or racism, or xenophobia, Islamophobia, and so on and so on. Which means that at the end of the day, we are in a situation where if we say this person, this migrant, should not be issued a residence permit, we are accused of being, that it's a xenophobic decision or statement. And there is, and this is my conclusion on that, it's that there is a confusion between issuing a residence permit, issuing any kind of identity documents to an undocumented person, voting rights, and citizenship. Everything is blurred, and it has become impossible to have, let's say, a fair discussion about what is migration and what is citizenship and what are the rights of citizens. So that's why the lines have been blurred. Now, my second point, and of course we can perhaps discuss this later on, what can nations do to recover their sovereignty and control citizenship, and who are the members of national community? I would go straight to the point. This is about stopping the invasion and taking back control over borders and identity. I think that when EU member states cannot control anymore who is coming, we need to build physical barriers, and we should enforce maritime interceptions at borders. While my political party, my political group, the Patriots for Europe, has proposed this kind of amendments to the EU budget, and we are working with other like-minded members of the European Parliament, and there was even an opportunity where there was a majority to accept this kind of amendment. There is another way to complement, let's say, this physical barriers and operational solution at maritime borders, and this is to develop a constitutional shield
protecting nations against pro-migrant ideology, against pro-migrant regulation tabled by the Commission, and also to protect nations against EU or international judges. This is what our political leader Marine Le Pen and Jordan Bardella in France will promote and will want to be adopted by referendum as soon as we win the election in France. There is another set of actions which is banning woke ideology and criminalizing any attempt against national identity. Here I have in mind flags. When flags are not respected, and I also remember that some days ago President Donald Trump made a very brave and very good decision about protecting the American flag. So we should do the same in our European nations. And we should also promote, and nations should promote ambitious family policies, boosting birth rate, because let's be clear, migration is also about being able to remain the majority in our own countries. And this is obviously not the case anymore in many European countries. And when it comes to defining who can be granted the nationality, let's be clear that some behaviors are not compatible with our values. We hear the European Commission talking about values, but we never know what are these values. For example, when we see behaviors, migrants denying that women and men are equal, when there are areas, and there are many in Brussels, and not only in Brussels, where most of the women are forced to wear a niqab. This is not in line with the identity and the values that we that are at the core of our culture and our nationality. So, in such a way, thank you. In such a way, we could simply say, people behaving like this, we don't need them, because they will jeopardize completely our society. And we will not issue a residence permit, and if they claim that they should be given our citizenship, it's a no-go. That should be the rule. And that leads me to the very last conclusion and set of measures is, of course, that some countries have to review citizenship, right? And for example, in France, we have a good example. We have a small, very little island in the Indian Ocean. The name of this island is Mayotte. It's overwhelmed by migrants coming from the Comores and also now from other African regions. And more than 1/3 of or half of the population there is composed of illegal migrants, and we need to change the law, because when they have children, of course, they have the right to become French citizens. But for us, it's just an example of what should be done also in France, mainland country, and probably in many other European countries, we should do the same. So, as a conclusion, very short, mass migration, demography, and cultural confrontation require action now. And we should also promote the idea that nations have the right to maintain their cultural, historic continuity, and that we should encourage nations to enshrine this right in their national constitutions. And my dream would be that one day it's also in the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights or in the EU treaties. And this is the only way to protect the sovereignty of our nations, to protect our identity. And this doesn't mean that we don't want to have migrants or foreigners, provided that they are invited by our nations, provided that they come legally, because there is a reason, and the reason can be
that they are useful as a labor force, but that we also have a vetting process, making sure that their values, their behavior is in line with our future and with our historic continuity. Thank you very much.
No, okay. Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much for that, Mr. Legary. So now we have the panel following the keynote, and on the same topic, migration and citizenship, can nations choose their members? And we have an esteemed panel today. First, we have Victor Marshai, who's the Executive Director of the Migration Research Institute at the Matthias Corvinus Collegium across town. We have Amon Blair, who's a Senior Fellow at the Texas Public Policy Foundation. We have Raphael Oduard, who's Director of the Patriots for Europe Foundation. And finally, we have Guy Dampier, a Senior Researcher on Nationhood at the Prosperity Institute in London. And their moderator today will be our very own Christoph Veresch, International Director here at the Danube Institute, and himself a migration expert. Thank you, guys. Take it away.
Thank you, Callum. When I was studying at the university, the only seed that I got was from theory of writing history or something like that. Because when they asked me what a border of a state is, I didn't say that it is supposed to be an abstract social contract or a zone of porous interaction where like some kind of cell membrane where different communities can interact. But I said that, well, it's where the sovereignty of one state ends and where sovereignty of another state begins. So that was a C for me at university. I also think that in an ideal world, this panel that we are going to have now shouldn't exist. Because the answer to this question should be as obvious as the answer to the previous panel was. So, the example that we heard about birthright citizenship at that French island, was it Mayotte, I think? I want to start with that. Let's start with birthright citizenship. And I would like to ask Amon to talk a little bit about the debates that are ongoing now in the U.S. Around birthright citizenship.
Sure, thank you. So right now there's an executive order by President Trump. He signed it on January 20th. I'm just going to read just a quick note from there. The purpose. The privilege of the United States citizenship is a priceless and profound gift. The 14th Amendment states all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside. So right now the argument is if you can come into the United States, whether that's illegal or legal, whether it's temporary or permanent, and if you have a child, that child, those on the left say that child should have citizenship, that the only requirement is to be born on U.S. soil. Okay? Whereas, and so it comes to the argument of what does jurisdiction thereof actually mean? And so what they want is, if you go to our U.S. CIS website, this is what President Trump is asking or requiring, is that there's actually an actual oath of an allegiance to the United States. And this is the oath that you must sign. This is the oath that my mom just signed as she just became a citizen of the United States and went through that process. And that is, I hereby declare on oath that I absolutely and entirely renounce and abjure all allegiance and fidelity to any foreign prince, potentate, state, and or sovereignty, of whom or which I have heretofore been a subject or citizen. So it's to support the Constitution, renounce absolutely your previous place or your previous nationality, and support, and a big part is defend the Constitution of the United States.
Wait, let me jump in right there. So after you reading that, the question also arises, how can you have, if you renounce any kind of previous allegiance to prince, potentate, and state, then how can you have double citizenship?
No, exactly. That's what they're saying. They're creating a parallel citizenship right now. They're creating an outside immigration process where those on the left or those that are for open borders, really at the end of the day, they're really trying to eradicate the whole idea and concept of what a citizen is, and instead becoming like a global subject, meaning that they must adhere or must be aligned or must have allegiance to, whether that's a UN charter or whether that's transnational criminal organizations. So that parallel governance on immigration is really what they're creating. So on one hand, say like if you want to come to the United States, you have to go through the proper means. You have to get all the documentation because you're trying to come in legally. But for those who don't want to come in legally, all you have to do is go between the ports of entry, have a baby, and now you're a citizen. So now we've created a caste system inside the United States where we're making all citizens and those that want to follow the rule of law subordinate to foreign nationals.
Well, thank God in Europe, it's not that we don't have our own different kind of problems that we're going to delve into now, but at least in Europe, we don't have this pure system of birthright citizenship. And I'm very happy that we had the example of the island of Mayotte, because my question for Raphael is going to be how the French system is different from what Amon described today, and what kind of reform proposals you have from the Rassemblement National to change it.
I think that in France we have two main questions. Of course, one is the same as in the US. It's the enter of illegal immigration, illegal immigrants. And for that, what we are fighting for is, of course, to close borders, to reduce the number of legal immigrants, and to really send the illegal back to their country. Because, of course, in France today, there is people for whom the government say you have to go back to your countries, but it's never put in action. Like only a few percentage of people who are officially asked to go back to their country really go back to their country. So of course for that the answer is the same as in other parts of the West. But I think that one specificity of France and other countries like Germany, like the UK, is that there is a large proportion of the population who is from an immigration background, who is from a Muslim or African background, but who is French. And of course they are French and they should not be sent anywhere, but they are not assimilated to our country. And that, I think, is a specificity of the Western Europe. And we have to propose an answer to that. Because, of course, we can close our borders, we can send back the illegals to their country, but we have to act in order to integrate and to assimilate people from another cultural background to France. And for that, I think that there is two concepts that can be useful for France and that Rassemblement National is fighting for. The first one is laïcité, because I think it's a very French specificity. It's not really like secularism in other countries, because in the French history, the French Republic and the French Republicans were really against the power of the Catholic Church, and so they imposed what we call laïcité, which was not just the neutrality of the state and the idea that the state should protect all minority, all religion, and not interact with them, but that the state should act to impose a kind of neutrality in the public space. And for example, in France, since 2004, there is the religious symbols like Islamic veil and things like that are forbidden in high school, and there is a big debate inside our country to extend this interdiction to, for example, university or even in the public space. So there is really this idea that we should have a neutral public space, and that the state should act on this. And I think with the rise of Islamic fundamentalism, it's really important it could be a way for France to answer to that. And it's also something that is deeply rooted in the Republican ideology, and so that's something that can be defended even by people who are not conservatives or patriots. Like, for example, of course, in the EPP party, the Republican Party, there is people who are fighting for that, but even in the left, there is people who are still believe in this laicity, because historically it was the left who imposed that. The right was more monarchist and Catholic, and it was the left who was Republican and secular, who fought to defend laicity. And in the past, even Jean-Luc Mélenchon was the leader of the far left, defended it. Of course, no, it's not the case anymore, because he's in alliance with Islamic extremists in France. But in the past, he was fighting for that, and there is still people in the left who are defending it. So I think that laicity is a good way to fight against the rise of Islamic extremism. And as a whole, the other notion that is important is assimilation. For a long time in France, the idea that was dominant was not just integration, but just the idea that people should respect the law, work, and things like that, which is the main idea in the US and UK. So it means that people should assimilate to the country. The idea that they should put away everything that was specific to them, and they should embrace French culture and French vision of society. Like for a time, people with an immigrant background, they didn't teach their mother language to their children. Children had a French name, spoke only French, even in their home, and that was really the idea that we are not an ethnic country. Everyone can become French, but in order to do so, you have to assimilate. You have to put away everything that is from your original country, and you should really embrace French culture and French vision of the world. And I think it's a good proposal to these people from African and Middle East background, because it's really a contract with them. It's really the idea that you can become French, and there is no difference between you and people with a French ethnic background, but you should embrace French culture.
Thank you. Well, when I was first started reading about migration, there were two big integration models. One of them was, of course, the French model, and centered around the idea of laicity. But the other one was the Anglo-Saxon multicultural model, which in the British case means something like driving in my German car to buy a Turkish kebab, while at the same time being very suspicious about everything which comes from a foreign land, right? So what similar, well, not similar, but in the case of Britain, in a British context, what solutions could be done to force the assimilation of all those people staying on those beautiful islands? I mean, first, of course, not criminalizing putting English flags on your house. That would be like step zero. But like after that, what can we do, Guy?
We have a few steps to go. I think Britain is unusual because we are, by global standards, and certainly by European standards, a very settled country. Most of the population has got roots that go back to about 1066. My name, obviously, is foreign. It's not an English name, but my ancestors have been in the country for about 1,000 years, as far as I can tell. The amount of people that came to Britain as immigrants between 2021 and 2023 was more than the number who came to Britain between 1066 and 1997. So what we have seen in the last few years is a staggering change, and that has had a major impact because we did have what you might call a sort of cozy 1990s multicultural model. This dates back to around about 1997 with Tony Blair. It was this idea you'd have a wonderful society, everyone would get on well, we would all go to watch the football, we'd all eat a curry, go to the Chinese, whatever else. And that was cozy enough. It had, I can't quite call it teething problems when you're dealing with things like Islamic terrorism or grooming gangs, but there were problems, but people were broadly willing to go along with it. The scale of immigration that we've had in the last few years has been so high that nobody seriously thinks that is tenable anymore.
It's almost like it was around 50 or 60% of what the U.S. had under Biden, and you guys have like what 1/4 of the population of the U.S.
About a fifth.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it's an enormous amount. I mean, it's something crazy like 1 in 20 or 1 in 25 people in Britain today arrived in the last few years. You walk down the street, you will see multiple people that have arrived in the last few years. And the problem it produces is that you simply cannot assimilate yourself beyond that. You don't have enough people. There were some riots last year in a place called Hare Hills near Leeds, and it was primarily Romanian gypsies. They were upset because some children had been taken away from their parents after allegations of mistreatment or abuse. But what you could see in the video was that the police that were there was no way those police could actually police by consent. There was no way they could police in the way that British police traditionally have. British police traditionally, they don't carry guns, they don't carry weapons with them, they police by consent. It's the Pelian principles. You can't do that when you've got populations where they've just arrived, they don't speak your language, you can't possibly recruit from them because most of them don't speak the language well enough to join the police. You are actually policing a foreign population. So assimilation, I think...
British don't have expertise in that?
Well, we do, but it tends to involve concentration camps, so I wouldn't necessarily advocate that. I know we had a South African herd this morning, so apologies. So I think we've moved beyond assimilation in the British debate. It's also very difficult because what do you assimilate to? France has got laïcité, but it's got Republican values. You've got a French Revolution. You've got something you can look at. If you look at Britain, it tends to get into very anodyne territory, like we all queue together. We complain about the weather. We drink tea. You can't actually have a nation that functions on that. And we haven't needed to because we've had such a settled population. You haven't needed to have these visible signs. You get a lot of left-wingers that complain about the number of flags at the moment. Well, British people didn't used to wave flags because they didn't need to. There was no need to. You were secure in your nationality. The reason why people are waving flags now is the same reason that they have them in Northern Ireland, which is because people feel insecure in their community. So having moved beyond the idea that assimilation is simply not going to happen beyond the state literally going in and forcibly bussing people around and forcibly educating people to speak English, the question becomes, what do you do? And I think the answer has to be to try and encourage people who've come, in the last few years particularly, to return home. Many cases, legally, they've got no right to be here beyond the end of their visa. They should therefore be encouraged to return home. In some cases, they may have gained some form of residency, or they may even have gained citizenship. In those cases, then I think what we need to do is consider that most of the migrants that we don't want, the migrants that have problems with integration, the migrants that cause issues, are the ones that also cannot operate on their own. They are reliant on welfare. They're reliant on the government to assist them. And so what we should do is we should simply withdraw those and say, if you're coming to the country and you want to work and you want to get on, that's fine, but you pay your own way. And if you don't pay your own way, you're going to have to go home. And that's not an unreasonable situation. I mean, in America in the 19th century, somewhere between, I think, a quarter and a third of all European migrants to America went back because they couldn't cut it. There was no welfare state. If you weren't successful, sorry, pal, you got to go home.
At the beginning of the conversation, Ammon said something about jurisdiction thereof. So what I would like to touch upon now is dual, well, not jurisdictions, but so my point is here that these people that come, a lot of them are coming and they are not assimilated, they are not integrated, but in certain cases, they also have allegiances to some foreign entities that go back to before the time when they came from. And I would like Ammon to talk a little bit about that. So, say people arriving in the U.S.
Sure. What many people don't understand is that there was a pipeline that was created in the 90s inside the United States, and that was created by the Mexican cartels. When the PRI lost its one-party rule, or started losing its one-party rule in Mexico, that's when the cartel started to rise from underneath the federal government. And that's when they started becoming insurgents in Mexico. That insurgency then quelled into foreign terrorist organizations and now parallel governance in Mexico. At that same time, they created a pipeline, or really a Silk Road, into every one of our communities inside the United States. That Silk Road is what the Mexican cartels use to funnel all the foreign nationals that are coming from all over the world through the Darien Gap in Panama, up through Mexico, into the U.S. They are global. The Sinaloa cartel and CGNG are in 65 countries. Okay? They have networks. You guys just busted in Europe. You guys just busted the Mexican cartels on the border of Poland and Germany. just last week. It was a massive meth bust. So when a foreign national takes that contract from a transnational criminal organization, a foreign terrorist organization, that allegiance is no longer aligned to their country that they came from or the country that they're going to. They are now indebted servants or slaves to the Mexican cartels or to whatever transnational criminal organization. So when they come throughout Mexico, they also have to pay a piso or a tax, and that tax is also, the Mexican government is also receiving that money. When they come inside the United States, how many of you think that a Guatemalan from the jungles can pay $8,000 US cash to Mexican cartels? It's not possible. So therefore, once they get inside the United States, they are now indebted to the Mexican cartels and have to pay off that debt, whether that is labor or human trafficking or sex trafficking, whether that is, you name it, working in the criminal underworld, working for illicit businesses. The cartels have been in the United States so long that they own both licit and illicit economies throughout the United States, not just in Mexico. And so now you're looking at, when you see these massive enclaves and massive diasporas of these foreign nationals, whether it's Venezuelans or Mexicans or others from the Western Hemisphere, who is governing them? When you go into these massive compounds like Colony Ridge north of Houston, the largest illegal alien compound in Texas, who can govern that? No one. That vacuum it's filled by transnational criminal organizations through their rule of thumb, their rules, their governance. They provide them with economic opportunities in the underworld. They socioeconomically control them. Okay? They control them in every single ways and means possible. And so now they must be aligned with and have allegiance to that cartel. And so that's the case throughout the United States. Every single person that came in through Mexico has either had to pay off that debt or still owes that debt. And it is the largest slave trade in the world today in recorded history.
So let's set aside transnational criminal organizations for a second, and let's look at Europe, where we do have a similar situation. And my question to Victor is to talk a little bit about the Somali clans and their role in Europe, because even though you wouldn't call them transnational criminal organizations, but the dynamic that Eamon described sounds somewhat similar to me.
Yeah, with very clear distinction that the Somalis and other people who are arriving currently to Europe from the Middle East and the sub-Saharan part of Africa, coming from entities which is called as countries, but which are actually collapsed states. So, and it's a very important difference, I think. Comparing with people who are in the hands of the cartels, because they are forced to be the members of these criminal organizations. They had other experiences, but they are now in a devastating situation. And I think it's a very big difference is that hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people who are coming to Europe and partly to the United States. Just last year, 60,000 asylum applications happened in Mexico from Africans who, of course, want to go to the United States. So people coming from Somalia, but we can have a look at Afghanistan or other countries, they have any concept what a state, a government, a central authority means, which is not only a practical program, but the problem of loyalty. Because these people are loyal to clans, tribes, ethnic groups, other fragmented groups. So if they arrive to Europe or to the United States, they will not seek the support of the state because their experience is that the state represents the rival clan, rival ethnic groups, where are centuries of hostility between the different people. So where is the loyalty? They're loyal to their clans, to their tribes. So it's very easy to jeopardize these, utilize these loyalties through these clan criminal groups all around of Europe, and it makes extremely hard for the authorities to do anything, because if there are reports in Sweden about violence between the gangs, okay, the police arrive, you can see the signs of the bullets on the walls, but no witnesses. Okay? Because everybody around belongs to one or the other clans. They will not make a testimony against anybody. And there's no criminal persecution. And it's a serious problem, ladies and gentlemen. This year in Sweden, in the first 29 days of January, there was 30 bomb attacks in Sweden. So one more bomb attack than a day. You can't imagine it 20 years ago. And the real problem is that Europe...
I haven't heard about these bomb attacks.
Well, it's just a stupid Nazi commentation of the...
we don't understand that they don't understand that they shouldn't have bomb attacks.
Yeah, but it's very funny because if you check the statistics and criminal records in Sweden officially, you can find it. But how many people read Swedish? Yeah, so it is there. So it's not accidental. And yes, really, it's a serious problem. And I close now with one important thing. So we spoke about assimilation, and even with the best intention, just imagine that these people arrived to Europe or to United States, and I'm the number one who would like to assimilate and get the identity. And look at one side of this political spectrum. Okay, we want this to be. The other side, we want this to be. And this poor guy, okay, it's completely different things. Oh, my community is there with our cultural patterns. Oh, just follow it. Forget assimilation.
It's like the old joke about Belgians when at the military they say Flemish to the left, Wallonians to the right, and then the immigrant from Morocco asks, okay, where do Belgians have to stand? So we don't have a common framework to assimilate to.
Yeah, absolutely. And last to this story, it's also important that in many cases these people arriving for societies for 30, 40 years civil war or authoritarian regimes, where altogether the culture of power, violence, is very important. So they are leaning where they feel the power. They will not lean where they don't feel any power.
So let's start, because the situation here is starting to be very grim. So now that we describe how horrible everything is, let's start looking for solutions. Well, look at the U.S. President Trump showed that the border can be actually closed, so at least that is solved. By the way, Hungary closed its southern border to the day 10 years ago, right? It was 15th of September. But in the case of Europe, let's assume that somehow we find a way to stop illegal immigrations through the Mediterranean. Then how do you start getting rid of all the people that are already here? Because the problem is that once you get here, and let's say that you do not commit a crime, and you get here on a humanitarian basis, then it's very, very, very difficult to get rid of you. And I would like to ask Guy to talk a little bit about how in the UK, Reform UK is, I think those people have some proposals about how refuge can be temporary and how people can be actually politely asked to leave.
Absolutely. So, as I said, the mood in Britain has changed a lot. All the parties are competing to be stronger on immigration. The strongest offering so far is by Reform. They revealed something called Operation Restoring Justice. This is a plan to identify and remove around 600,000 illegal immigrants in the first parliament. That's a pretty enormous number. I mean, we don't actually know how many illegal immigrants are in Britain because they've not collected the statistics since about 2004. We think it's somewhere between 500,000 and maybe as high as 2 million, probably somewhere in the middle there. The problem that is faced is a problem of national sovereignty, which is that every single time you try and deport somebody, you bump into the law. You bump into domestic human rights law and you bump into overarching international human rights law. That is fundamentally what stops people being removed. And we can see, because we can go back to the 70s or so, and you can read reports, you could just kick people out willy-nilly for things. That is no longer the case and hasn't been for quite a while. what reform are suggesting is two-pronged. One is domestic, which is changing laws like the Human Rights Act. It would simply be scrapped and gone. And the other is a combination of leaving certain international agreements, like the European Convention on Human Rights, and disapplying for a period of 5 years others, like the UN Refugee Convention. What that would allow you to do is basically give you a sort of tabula rasa on the law, where you say, all of those are disapplied or gone, everybody that arrives illegally is automatically disbarred from asylum, disbarred from settlement. That means that they don't have a court case, they don't have an appeal, they have absolutely no tribunals, they are simply taken to a place and then removed. That, of course, there's a difficulty. Where do you remove them to? A lot of these people throw away their documents. It's a recurring problem, especially in Britain. Well, the advantage is we've tried third-party processing or third-party removals with Rwanda. We got very, very close before we were stopped by the law. And effectively, they would do the same. We know that could work because the Americans are doing that in places like Swaziland, or I think it's Ashanti now. Is it Ashanti or Swaziland? I'm going to say Swaziland. Sorry, I'm old. You can remove people to these places where people will cut deals. And so that's what they are planning to do. Currently, I would say that plan has a pretty good chance of feasibility. It will require a lot of scaling up. It will require a lot of things going right. And it will require some more work on things like detecting and finding these people and detaining them. Because, 600,000 people, that's 5 plane loads a day, which is manageable. But 5 plane loads a day is still having space for at least 1,000 people. You need people to be moved from place to place. It's going to be a lot. They estimate it'll cost about £10 billion. But over the long term, that's probably beneficial because we know from the Finnish, the Dutch, and the Danish studies that illegal asylum seekers, or asylum seekers generally, especially from the third world, cost sometimes as much as £500,000 each. And so if you can remove 600,000 people that are costing similar amounts, you are in fact making an enormous saving.
Now, the UK is in a fortunate situation in a sense that you guys have taken back control, right? So you can just abolish these laws without the European Court of Justice ruling that it's against EU law, as in the case of Hungary. So my next question is both to Victor and Raphael. When it comes to European states, is there a solution inside European legal framework, or my question is more like, is there a realistic chance of changing EU law so that we can solve these problems? Because, for example, I don't see how you can outsource asylum processing, or even going further and having something like the Rwanda plan under the existing European legal framework.
Actually, legal framework is a battlefield. Like, we have to assume that it's a battlefield in which there is different actors who want to take it in one direction. I think that for a long time there is a kind of naivety about it. People saying that there was this existing framework and it's like a kind of neutral, and there is this kind of legal framework which is neutral, and that we have to respect it and act on it. And I think that one good thing that the liberals have done in the past few years is to show us that the law is not neutral. We saw it with numerous attacks against Hungary. We saw it in Romania when the candidate of the Patriots couldn't be candidate. We saw it right now in France with Marine Le Pen being stopped from being candidate in the presidential elections. We see that the legal framework is not this kind of neutral thing that is existing without any interference from the politics. It is a political thing, and we have to fight in order to change it. And we see, as French, we can see two things. The first one is that there is a switch in more and more countries. Of course, there is patriotic forces in more and more countries that are in position of power or very close to power. It's the case in France, it's the case in Austria, Netherlands, Hungary, of course, Italy, and other countries. And even in the mainstream parties, more and more parties want to switch at least a little, but sometimes a lot in this aspect, because they know that if they don't act on immigration, they will just lose. We see the Social Democrats in Denmark. You spoke about the fact that the Conservative and the Labour in the UK are more critical of immigration. So we see that there is a public support of it. And after that, there is a capacity of states, and especially big states like France, like Germany, like Italy, to act, because tomorrow the European Union can't exist without France, without Germany, without Italy. So if there is a patriotic government in France or Germany, for example, the European Union will have to listen to it, because if there is a fight between the European Commission and France, for example, for a patriotic French government, if the EU can't exist without France, so they will have to listen to it. They will have to make concession to it, and there will be a fight. And if more and more countries, like Hungary, like Italy, support for a French patriotic government, there will be a possibility to change the things, I think, at a European level.
Yeah, we have to be very clear. The current migration and refugee frameworks of the EU and the framework of the new pact, which will start to be used in June next year, it's completely useless to manage the current flow. There are numerous examples. Just I would like to raise one.
Just need more solidarity.
Yeah. Compulsory solidarity is very important. But I will come back to this point. So just one example, ladies and gentlemen, about this safe third country concept, which is very important for repatriation. That if you're reading the text of the new pact, there are safety and living standard features which are compulsory for the relocation of the people, access to some level of healthcare, education, basic facilities, food, shelter, etc., etc. If we are looking around in just the European neighborhood, I don't mention other countries, there are most of the countries there is no full access for the local population for the basic services. So actually, from the 200 countries of the world, we are closing out 160 or something else. So it will be not a solution, definitely. So just the demolishing of the whole system and to build up a new one by, for example, the Patriots as the only possibilities. And I would like to go back very briefly about your question about how to stop the flow, what can be the solutions. Fancies, regulation, that's very important. But one very important issue, the message. Because, ladies and gentlemen, just have a look what happened in the United States with this flow which can be only managing but don't stop. People are escaping from direct threat, blah, 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 blah. Just after a week of the election of Donald Trump, people started to leave the United States. Okay? And there are current statistics that perhaps 500,000 people went back? Or what? Okay, then a little bit more. You see, because the message...
That is actually a very good point, because on the southern border, we talk about apprehensions. So it's like people who actually, in a sense, reach the fence. People that actually reach the fence, and that not people who are let in. And that also plummeted.
Absolutely, and just go back to the European example that, my close expertise in Africa, and I visited North Africa, Horn of Africa, Ethiopia, Kenya, very frequent way. And, don't come because Trump is coming and you will be deported to Alligator Alcatraz is a very clear message, okay? If you are coming to Europe, we don't want to come, but actually there is a compulsory solidarity, including a quota system, so a certain number of people will be distributed. No, it's not a too clear message, okay? Mainly not if it's a little bit refuted by the smuggling networks who are, changing a number. Not 30,000 people will be distributed, but let's say 300,000 or 3 million. Who cares if 1-0 or not, okay? So this is a big challenge for us.
So my final question, because we are slowly running out of time, is going to be from the two gentlemen who are from countries that are used to policing large foreign populations. Is it a realistic way to deal with migration? Because I've heard this a few times, and I could never tell if this was like a joke or not, but basically just look for a small overseas territory, a little island in the middle of nowhere, but is still French or British, and just put asylum seekers there.
So we have looked at that previously in Britain. We've got places like Ascension Island. You know, thanks to our history, we do own various little bits and bobs all over the place. Well, for now anyway. And we have looked at getting people there. You basically have two problems. One is that the people inside government don't want to do it. So this is a recurring problem, which is that a lot of civil servants, a lot of people who are supposed to work for the government, have very strong views about government policy and don't want this to happen. That's always a problem. The second one is just a sort of problem of logistics. So something like Ascension Island, you could put them all there, but you've got to then sort the runway out to be big enough. You've got to build a lot of stuff. You probably have to do stopovers. A lot of times, I'm afraid, the free market solution of simply finding somebody else and popping them over there is a lot cheaper than trying to get the state to build something inefficient.
Yeah, I think that it will be very costly to just send lots of people there, and we want this place to develop. The idea of Mayotte, of La Réunion, of New Caledonia is to use this territory as a tool to make France a great country, to make France a powerful country, and people there are French people. They don't want to be this kind of this kind of trash can for the metropole state. So we have to develop it. So maybe it could be kind of a temporary solution, but the real solution is not to just abandon one of our territory and just put every migrant there. We have to develop these islands. They are part of France, and so the real solution is to close the borders and to send people back to their own country. And even for these people, at the end of the day, we want the best for everyone. We see that we can't live with mass immigration, but we are not against these people, so we don't want them to be sent to this kind of island to die there. We want them to go back to their country. We want their country to develop, and we want to have a real cooperation with them. Lots of these people come from a French-speaking country with which we have a good relationship. That's the case for Algeria, but it's the case for Morocco, for Tunisia, for lots of African country for French-speaking African country, and we want good relationship with them, and we want to create a cooperation with them. So at the end of the day, we want the best for every country and every nation.
So both of you are telling me that you're not in a better position just because you can have some islands to where you can ship people off. Okay, so
So we ship the politicians there.
Oh. So we have 3 minutes left. So and I already see the MC approaching, which means that I have 3 to 4 minutes. So closing statements from everyone, starting with Victor. What's the most important issue to do right now in Europe?
Take better controls on our borders. That's the first step. And then the deportation issue.
So thank God the US is already beyond that step. So what would be the first step in the US?
For us, it's codifying citizenship. And so we have a bill that's up right now by Lindsey Graham that's codifying it. And so really the sovereignty of the state starts at the sovereignty of the individual. Therefore, defending at all costs what a citizen is and the rights and responsibilities of that citizenship versus what a foreign national is, I think is our next step in the U.S.
What about France, apart from not allowing courts to decide elections before they are even started?
I think that immigration is part of a bigger problem, which is a demographic problem, and I think that it's a consequence of the fact that we have a big problem with demography, and was a huge impact for France and for a huge issue for France and for most of the countries in the West and even in the whole world, is to find a way to resolve the demographic issue. There is only 1.6 child by a woman in France. It's even worse in most of the Western world. And if we don't find a solution to the demographic issue, if we don't find a solution to increase the number of children that everyone have in the West, all of our countries are doomed. Even if we have no immigration, if we just collapse until the moment that there is only a few millions of us in each of our country, it will be over. So I think this question of demographic is the most important question.
And finally, UK, any tips on how to survive 3 other years of Labour rule?
I'm not sure that it will last 3 years. We'll see. I think the big thing is close the borders, deal with illegal immigration through changing the law, and then, like I say, I think you've got to take the free market solution. You've got to go into the welfare state, because that is what is, Britain has actually been a maritime country for years and years, and we've had many, many immigrant populations over the years, most of which have been transient. Nobody remembers that Britain had a Yemeni population back in the early 1900s. That's because they were sailors and there was no welfare state, and when the work finished, they went home. And we need to do something very similar. We need to stop allowing people to come over and live on the taxpayer dime, because that is the reason why far too many, unfortunately, are coming. And if we do that, not only will it improve our culture, not only will it improve our economy, it will, hopefully, also improve theirs, because they will go home and they will be forced to invest their time and effort in improving their country. If we look at a place like Korea, it was poorer than sub-Saharan Africa in 1950, or 1953, after the Civil War. Now, obviously, Korea is very successful. They didn't do that by shipping Koreans everywhere. They did it by working hard at home. We should want lots of friendly international partners, and the best way for that is for their brightest people to stay home in most cases and work hard there and make their own countries very successful.
Thank you. So I think by the end we managed to be a little bit upbeat. So I'm happy. Thank you very much for our panelists. And now I will yield back to our MC, Callum.
Thanks, Christoph. Thanks, guys. That was a great panel. So we have a mystery keynote speaker, as you may see in the program. But the keynote speaker today now will be Márton Ugrosti, who's a Deputy State Secretary and Secretary of the Prime Minister's Strategic Advisory Council here in Budapest. And he's going to deliver some comments on the keystones of Hungarian foreign policy. And Christoph, could I just ask, actually, I think Márton may just be a bit further back. If you could, yeah, thank you. I feel I should entertain everyone while we're waiting, but all right. So welcome Márton Ugrosi.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you for your interest and support for this conference, which has been taking place for quite some years now. Congratulations to Callum and the entire Institute for making this come together, and also we're very grateful for the support of the Heritage Foundation, which has been a great partner of this initiative for many, many years now. We're looking forward to have this event in the future as well. So my task today would be to briefly summarize Hungarian foreign policy principles for you in 20 minutes, which seems quite impossible, but I'll try to do my best. So ever since we became independent in 1998, all the Hungarian governments have conceptualized Hungarian foreign policy as an onion, if you will, with several layers. The first layer is our immediate neighborhood. And our immediate neighborhood will always be special because Hungary is one of those nations which is bordered by itself. If you cross the border to any of the neighboring countries, the first people you will find them will be the Hungarians. And because of that reason, we have to make sure that we have the best possible sets of relations with these countries that we can have. This doesn't mean, of course, that we're always fine with all of them, because we do have differences, we do have ideological differences occasionally, and it's always a very challenging point for us to discuss questions if we feel that the interests of Hungarians are not being respected in the way that we would like to see them respected. But in most of the cases, we were able to sort it out. The second layer is Central Europe. And Central Europe has been special for us basically all the time for many reasons. The first is the trauma of Soviet occupation. I think it's impossible to underestimate the importance of those 45 years we have spent under communism, and also the experience of getting rid of communist occupation. This has a great impact on the line of thinking of all the Central European nations. This makes all these nations very proud as independent countries and also as independent nations. And I keep repeating the idea of nations because this is not in fashion anymore. But the people of Central Europe do believe that we're not just a bunch of individuals living next to each other, but we are a community united by our history, by our language, our faith, and also our vision for the future, despite the fact that we do have occasional political differences amongst each other. But this is why we are democracies, and this is why you occasionally see change in governments all over the region. And what also unites us, which brings us to the third layer, which I will come back to a little bit later, is our enormous exposure to the big economic centers in Europe. One of that used to be Germany, and it's still a country which greatly influences all the Central European countries because of the economic interconnectedness of the German industrial centers to Central European countries, which became some kind of an assembly plants, if you will, to German industry. And also our relationship with Russia as a successor of the Soviet Union has been very complicated, especially since the way that how the Soviets have designed their system of influence in the Central European region. Why this is important for us today? It's important for us today because all those infrastructural connections that we see, especially in the field of energy, are not something that we have sought. This is not something that we have built on our own. This is something that we have inherited from Soviet times. What we were able to do together with our friends and allies and partners in Central Europe was to help each other, was to link up our physical networks, was to enable even landlocked countries like Hungary to have access to the high seas, which enables us to get access to the world market in oil and gas, liquefied natural gas, for example, but this took decades to build. And the reason for that is very simple. When the Soviet Union has designed the infrastructure system of Central and Eastern Europe, the region that they have occupied, they have two major objectives in mind. The first was obviously to support and supply the Red Army in the case of a war with NATO. So you will see that all the major power lines, including oil and gas, are running from the east to the west to supply the tanks which were supposed to attack West Germany and Italy should the day come. Thanks God that they never came, but we were stuck with that kind of an infrastructure. And the Soviets also made sure that there were no interconnections between their satellites, so they could control each of them individually. So if there was a revolution in Czechoslovakia, they cut the power off. If there was a revolution in Hungary, they cut the power off, and so on and so forth. And we were not able to do anything to help our friends and neighboring countries during those times because we lacked the physical means to do so. We have spent the last 15 years to make up for this shortcoming. Hungary has spent enormous amount of money out of its own pockets and a significant amount of political capital to link up to the neighboring countries. And this is why you see that when something happens to gas pipelines or oil pipelines in Ukraine, then we do have backup options. We have partners we can turn to, including in the region like Serbia, Croatia, Austria at times, and we can also help our friends when they are in need, just as we are occasionally helping Slovakia when they are experiencing problems with the flow of energy for certain reasons. The third layer is Europe in general. And this is a very interesting question because Europe is a political project on the one hand, but an economic project on the other. We do not really have any issues with the economic part of the project because it's serving our economy well. It has helped us to record a healthy amount of economic growth ever since we have joined the European Union 21 years ago. And it's a backbone of the Hungarian economy as you see it today. And if the EU was some kind of an economic cooperation as it was for the better part of its history, and as an organization which it was actually designed to work, then I think we would have quite harmonious relations with both the European Commission and all the other European organizations. Our problem is with the political construct with the European Union. And since that is political, it's more than natural to have political differences over political issues, at least to how I was raised as someone who deeply believes in the power of debate and also in the power of arguments, that we should have a healthy debate on political issues, whether those are LGBT rights, whether those are the rule of, whatever they call the rule of law, or whether it's something completely different than that. Our position is simple. We abide by the Lisbon Treaty and whatever is enshrined in that. So if the Lisbon Treaty says that the European Commission has jurisdiction on this and that, then of course we might be able to challenge them. Occasionally we go to the European Court of Justice, but at the end we accept the ruling of the European Court of Justice because that's the spirit of the rule of law. This is when we are following the regulations. Where we object and where we pick a political fight are the areas which are not regulated, or not regulated in a way that we believe is in line with the principles of the Lisbon Treaty. So if you ask me that why we are taking the European Commission into to court for child protection laws that we have been introducing in Hungary, trying to get LGBT propaganda out of schools. That is because our position is that the European Commission has nothing to do with our families and with our education system because nobody empowers them to do so. Of course, the European Commission says that this is a human rights issue, this is something over which they have jurisdiction. We debate that, we have a political debate and a legal debate on that, and we will see how that ends. But I think after 21 years, Hungary is just in the right position to act as a responsible member of the European Union, to stand up for its own values, to stand up for its own political and economic interests. And of course, this is not something which some of the Western European countries like or are used to, but we're a nation of fighters, and why would we behave differently within the European system as well? And then the final layer, of course, is the world in general, the great powers, and also these enormous changes that we are seeing in the world system today. And I think that is the issue which keeps up at night most of the time, if I can put it that way. Whatever President Trump does and says has a great impact on both Europe and our wider security environment. Whatever happens in the US-China relationship is not something that we can disregard. Whatever happens in the India-US relationship is not something that we can disregard either. So navigating this quite uncharted territory is something which requires a lot of attention, a lot of humility, and a lot of creativity when it comes to ensuring that the Hungarian interests are being met. And in this field, and this is the part where I would like to spend most of my time, in this field, there's nothing else guiding us but the Hungarian national interest. And that is pretty simple. We would like to live in a neighborhood which is safe and secure. We would like to have an economy which is prospering, and we would like to have the most possible number of good relationships with any country which is equally interested in those good relationships. And let me break it down a little bit for you. Obviously, if we would have time for questions, I'm quite sure that the issue of Ukraine would come up immediately, and why Hungary is such an outlier on the issue of Ukraine. I have to tell you that from the very first day of the war, our position has been clear and simple. We think that Ukraine's territorial sovereignty is sacred, and countries shouldn't be attacked arbitrarily by other powers. But at the same time, we also call for the shortest possible peaceful resolution of the war, because it means a unnecessary killing of hundreds of thousands of people who wouldn't deserve that fate. For the initial 3 years, we were labeled as pro-Russian because of this position, despite the fact that all what we were saying was that the fighting should stop and the conflict should be resolved around the negotiating table. Now, all of a sudden, all of the European countries are saying that it's time for peace talks, it's time for ceasefires, time for a peaceful resolution of the conflict. And I say to them that, well, we've been waiting for you here for the last 3 years, so welcome to the club. Having said that, of course, we are interested in a Ukraine which is stable and prosperous in the future. Ukraine is going to remain our neighbor no matter what, and we don't want to be enemies with our neighbors, obviously. We do have some issues which prohibit us from taking a very forward-leaning position when it comes to Ukraine's EU accession, the fate of the Hungarian community living in Ukraine being the most important of them. But we do believe, just as we saw it last week when the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine has been here for talks, is that with political will on both sides, all of these questions can be resolved. And the case of Serbia gives me hope that it's possible to turn even the worst relationships around. Many of you are young, so you might not remember how it was to be a Hungarian in Serbia in the early 2000s, especially after Milosevic was removed. You were literally beaten up on the street for speaking Hungarian. Now it's completely the other way around. Serbia is providing all kinds of rights and opportunities for the Hungarian community. And I'm not saying everything is perfect and everything is rosy, but it's much better than it was before. All it took was political will from both sides, political leadership, goodwill, historical reconciliation, and some business interests to turn this relationship completely around in a few years. And now Serbia is one of our most strategic partners in the region. We do quite a lot of business together, and they have been a very reliable ally for us, for example, in battling illegal immigration, which is a threat to the entire European Union. And because of this, and because of the example that all of these problems can be resolved based on political will, I'm also hopeful that once the war ends and the dust settles in Ukraine, we will be able to turn that relationship around as well. And maybe the final point I will make today pertains to the general setup of the international system. I know this is a grand theme, but let me make 2 points. The first point is that despite of most of Europe who loves to hate President Trump, we think that he's just doing his job putting America first. And why he should do anything else? Why he would have anything else in mind but the welfare and the prosperity of the American people. That's his mandate, and he's the President of the United States, so it's in his job description to serve the American interests. And we're fine with that. And we expect them to do this until he's president, and hopefully once he has a successor who can secure the presidency for the next Republican term, we will, of course, would expect the same. But whether we like him or not, and of course we do like President Trump quite a lot, that has nothing to do with the fact that what we're expecting from him when it comes to putting America first. Now, of course, the big question is that in a world where everybody puts their own country first, which is something which is not that uncommon because the world used to be like that for a very long time, how you come to terms with reality and your wishful thinking. And this is where the European Union is lagging behind. This is where the European leaders, or at least the leaders of the European Commission, think that Twitter will shape reality. And if they have nice posts and nice photos and nice press communiques, that's going to change the world how it is. Well, as we see, it's not the case. And we see shortcomings on the sides of both the President of the European Commission and the High Representative Vice President and High Representative. We see that the interests of Europe are being disregarded by all of our partners. And in our opinion, the reason for that is very simple. We're not making politics and policy based on reality, but based on our wishes. And that is unsustainable. We should come to terms with the world as it is. We should realize that a new era of great power competition begun. And we have to be more concise of what the European interest is and how we can ensure that European people will survive, first of all. They will be able to bring law and order back under control, and they will be able to trade with their partners and keep their biggest markets as long as they can. And the Hungarian answer to that has been very simple. We're on the side of connectivity. We're on the side of working with most partners possible. And within the framework that we have at the moment, we will never shy away from reaching out to old partners and new partners at the same time. And I know it seems a little bit strange to many of the observers that we would like to be very close to the United States and very close to, China at the same time. And we do realize the physical limits of doing this. And obviously, we're in NATO with the US together, so we're much more tied to them than to any other powers. But whatever is acceptable within this framework is something that we will do, and also something that we will expect our partners to do as well. So whether we're talking about engaging what Westerners call the Global South, whether it comes to ensuring that our energy needs are being met from all corners of the world, whether it comes to technological cooperation, whether it comes to investment, our position is very clear. We're country agnostic when it comes to cooperation. We are willing to work with anybody who wants to work with us, and we're willing to work with anybody where there's mutual interest. And there's money to be made, and there's prosperity to be made. And we recognize the limits that our EU and NATO membership means. We recognize the limits that what our national security calls for. But apart from these hard limits, we're going to do whatever we can which will make our country more prosperous. And as you know perfectly well, Prime Minister Orbán has been running on the patriotic ticket for the last 16 years of his political career. So please don't be surprised that he puts Hungary first. And he will keep putting Hungary first in the future as well. And I believe so far the results speak for themselves. And having said that, I think we will remain open to having respect-based, mutually beneficial relationships with all of our partners from Central Asia to South America. We will keep talking to everybody because we believe the role of diplomacy is to talk and not to point fingers. And we will be happy to listen to our friends and allies if they have messages to tell us, but we reserve the right to make our own decisions. And that is not going to change. And on that note, thank you very much for your attention. And it was a great pleasure to be with you here today. Thank you very much.
Panel today. Can Europe defend itself? NATO, sovereignty, and the search for strategic autonomy. And I'll introduce the panel after the keynote, but the keynote is being presented by the chairman of the Center for American Security, the American First Policy Institute, and he's the former United States Secretary of Veterans Affairs, returning to the Danube for the Geopolitical Summit, Robert Wilkie. Please go ahead.
was telling John O'Sullivan that I learned this business at the feet of one of the titans of the conservative movement in the 20th century, Senator Jesse Helms of North Carolina, who once said that there are only 3 B's in public speaking: be bold, be brief, and be gone. And I thought about that when I decided to change half of the subject of my remarks as speaker's privilege, and taking a risk in the presence of the blessed Saint Stephen looking down on this beautiful city, and also in the presence of a great scholar like John O'Sullivan. I am not a Balliol College Don. I have spent an entire career in and around the armed forces of the United States. I was born in khaki diapers. But I am a partisan of that civilizational continuum that began in Jerusalem and moved to Athens and Rome and London, and then to the great young American colossus. And I was thinking the other day, in 1942, the Chief of Staff of the United States Army, General George C. Marshall, took a trip to Hollywood. And he asked the famous film director, Frank Capra, to come up with a series of films for the American people entitled Why We Fight. And one of the narrators of those films was a 30-year-old captain of cavalry named Ronald Reagan. But the purpose of the film was to remind Americans of their unique history and why that history argued for them to do everything they could to sacrifice in defense of that history, to defeat monstrous tyrannies. And in a country of 180 million people, 2/3 of the American populace saw those films. And I changed my speech because I think, given the subject, I think we should discuss the why. Because it begs the question, to defend an idea that began in the Judean desert 3,000 years ago, the idea of the West, does the West even understand what the West is? How can one defend our civilization kinetically? One, if it can't be defined, and two, if it can't be defended rhetorically. And I'll give you an example from the late lamented Biden administration. It didn't take him 2 months. Mr. Blinken visited our last frontier, Alaska, and he was meeting with his Chinese counterpart. And for the first 30 minutes of the conference, the Chinese counterpart, this foreign minister, berated Mr. Blinken. All he did was quote speeches from Kamala Harris and Joe Biden describing America as a racist, oppressive country responsible for all of the ills of the world. Now, had that been Richard Nixon on the other side of the table or Ronald Reagan, the response would have been, the United States of America is not to be lectured by a country that has murdered 100 million of its own people since 1949. But in microcosm, they represented what has been wrong with our culture for many decades. Now, here it helps that I hail from the most European of American cities, the city of New Orleans. Founded by the French, they planted the flag, but only the French would build a city on a malarial swamp 5 feet below sea level. They brought with them Roman Christendom and their successors, the Spanish, the 7 Laws of Castile. Young Abe Lincoln first witnessed the horrors of human bondage on our streets, but miraculously in the 1850s, New Orleans sent a Jew to the United States Senate. Degas himself painted most of his masterpieces at his mother's home on the Elysian Fields. Louis Armstrong, William Faulkner, and Tennessee Williams gave their genius to the world there. A statue of St. John Paul looks directly at Andrew Jackson, and a mile from Andrew Jackson stands a memorial to the largest human being of the 20th century, Winston Churchill. In 1886, in New Orleans, a young Theodore Roosevelt warned that societies that cultivate patriotism in the present by keeping alive the memory of what we owe to the patriotism of the past fill an indispensable role in our young republic. No country, including the United States, will accomplish very much for the world unless it elevates itself. Donald Trump, in a famous but sadly forgotten speech in Warsaw in 2017 channeled the Rough Rider when he said that the defense of the West ultimately rests not only on means but also on the will of its people to prevail. But the fundamental question remains whether the West itself has the will to survive. We are here in a bastion of this idea that began with Homer, Virgil, Thucydides, Cicero, Bach, Shakespeare, Michelangelo, Burke, Jefferson. The late historian David McCullough noted that the reverence for these Western giants reinforces what we believe in, what we stand for, and what we ought to be willing to stand up for. Indifference to history isn't just ignorance, it is rude. Ours is an expression of 3,000 years of memory that Chesterton described as the democracy of the dead, that refuses to submit to a small and arrogant oligarchy of those who merely happen to be walking around. Aaron was even a little simpler when he said that the Westerner is a man who accepts nothing unreservedly in our civilization except the liberty it allows him to create, to criticize, and the chance it offers to improve it. We are now told with unrestrained fury that to reject our tether to the past is vital. We are surrendering our posterity to what Professor James Hankins of Harvard calls the devouring machine of ignorance and spite that in recent years has been cutting off the people of the West from their own history and making them ashamed of it. We have seen spread through our schools and institutions a malicious form of humility that is indistinguishable from self-hatred. This is the humility that humiliates, that seeks to blind Westerners to their magnificent traditions and rub our noses like misbehaving dogs in our worst offenses. In the United States, visit presidential homes at Mount Vernon, Monticello, and Mount Pelier, and you will be surprised to learn that Washington, Jefferson, and Madison were nothing more than cardboard cutouts of Simon Legree, not the children of the Enlightenment who laid low the greatest empire in history and gave the world its ultimate manifestation of ordered liberty under law. To strike at a nation's symbols is to question that nation's reason for being. Our heroes have been torn asunder and our history fetishized. Today, voices on the American right unabashedly denounce Winston Churchill as equally responsible for World War II as Adolf Hitler. The same people that argue that Ukraine must be subsumed into Holy Russia because Russia is a civilization state, perhaps because Russia produces poets and pianists. Putin mouths pieties about the family with the patriarch every Orthodox Christmas, a patriarch whom people in this part of the world know is probably on the payroll of the secret police, just as his father, grandfather, and his great-grandfather was on the payroll of the Okhrana. Meanwhile, the leader of Russia actively persecutes Protestants, evangelicals, Pentecostals, and Greek Catholics. Professor John Mersheimer has even argued that the invasion of Ukraine is the fault of the United States and its allies. I experienced this type of madness firsthand as the leader of the Department of Veterans Affairs, the second largest department in the government of the United States. The department was formed in the aftermath of our great mid-19th century cataclysm, the Civil War, and it was birthed in the most biblically righteous speech an American president ever gave, the second inaugural of Abraham Lincoln, which was delivered a mere 4 weeks before his own martyrdom. Most Westerners have heard the words, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right, let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle and for his widow and orphan, and secure for us and our posterity a just and lasting peace for all nations. Lincoln's charge is emblazoned on every VA hospital across America. But for 3 years, I fought the Speaker of the House's efforts to rip Abraham Lincoln's words down, because the great emancipator had the temerity not to mention 21st century leftist pressure groups in a speech he gave in March of 1865. To them, Lincoln's words were non-inclusive and misogynistic. Now, nowhere is this intersectional madness more apparent than the case of Israel. When the left in the United States and Europe sees Israel, they see critical race theory. When Israel battles Hamas, that is what they see. As the Jewish people rose in response to the bloodiest day since the Holocaust, the world's oldest hatred reared its places in places once thought unimaginable. These are truly attacks on all of us. Western identity is tied to the history of the Jewish people and to the nation of Israel. Harry Truman, upon recognizing the new Jewish state, sent a note to David Ben-Gurion, the lion of the desert, by saying that the fundamental basis of America's law was given to Moses on the Mount. The fundamental basis of our Bill of Rights comes from the teaching that we inherit from Exodus, from Isaiah, and St. Paul. Ladies and gentlemen, if Israel did not exist, the United Nations would go out of business. UNRWA is an active agent of Hamas. 40% of the General Assembly resolutions of the last decade have been about Israel. Israel is the only permanent agenda item on the docket of the UN Human Rights Council, a council that says nothing when the human eraser, the disgraceful Dauphin Bashar Assad, kills 800,000 Muslims, when the Pakistanis turn 1 million Muslims over to the clutches of the Taliban, and when the Chinese imprison 1 million Uyghur Muslims in a concentration camp system that would be the envy of Joseph Stalin. It is only when Jews are involved that the UN becomes interested. That Turtle Bay is now aided in its war on the Jewish people by the powers of the West is a further obscenity. Now, 2 weeks ago, the new axis of evil paraded their solidarity at the entrance of Tiananmen Gate, looking out on the square where communist soldiers massacred thousands of their fellow citizens in 1989. Now, here in Hungary, the scenes are familiar. Masses of goose-stepping soldiers marching aside empty ballistic missiles and fighter aircraft that, like the Chinese army, has never been tested in battle, unless, of course, like the People's Liberation Army, killing your own people counts as combat. Side by side with Xi were Iran's theocratic fanatics, Korea's porcine Dark Age dictator, and Vladimir Putin representing his prison of peoples. The only personage missing from the rogues gallery was the late Fidel Castro, although members of Havana's Politburo were somewhere in the background. But the message was clear. The West is no longer declining, the West is dead. The liberal world order, policed by the United States and before that by the British Empire, is over. That display, ladies and gentlemen, was a fundamental assault on historical truth. Xi rebranded the end of the War of the Pacific as the war of resistance against Japanese aggression, with the Communist Party of China as the sole author of Imperial Japan's defeat. Xi thus claims glory for the new order, glory that is a fabrication. But you wipe out the Kuomintang's lead in the victory over the Japanese, and you have erased Taiwan's reason for being. What is not a fabrication is China's hegemonic ambition, buttressed by traditional Russian savagery and aided by what our dear friend Sebastian Gorka calls Islamo-fascist Iran. At least she understands that one controls the past, one controls the present. As Melissa will know about our fellow Southerner, William Faulkner, he was a little more eloquent. He said the past is never dead. In fact, it is not even the past. I do not need to go into a military history of the current Russian-Ukraine conflict with an audience like this, and I will discuss more of that in the panel, but I do want to talk about it for a minute. Putin has been waging a hybrid war on the West for decades. Assassinations, cyber attacks, weaponizing migration to destabilize his neighbors. But he crossed the threshold 2 weeks ago. For the first time since 1949, NATO forces engaged Russians in NATO territory. Polish, Dutch, and Italian warplanes were scrambled to intercept more than 20 Russian drones that had entered Polish airspace. Russian drones and missiles also struck EU and NATO legations in Kiev. There is no precedent for what happened in the skies over Poland, but one thing is clear. Putin's appetite for escalating risk is mounting. But before I go further, let me knock down one revisionist shibboleth. As Russia's death toll reaches 10 times the number of Americans who perished in my own father's decade-long war in Vietnam, and as Putin unleashes traditional Russian savagery on civilians because he's stalemated on the battlefield, he wants you to believe that the West is responsible for the barbaric acts in Ukraine, that rounds of NATO enlargement made Russia insecure, forcing it to lash out. The argument has two basic flaws. First, NATO is a defensive alliance, and its military capabilities have been shrinking, as you all in Hungary know, exponentially since 1989. NATO has been a varying, but not a constant, source of tension with Russia. The Kremlin's complaints about the alliance tend to spike only after democracy breaks out in the former Soviet sphere, recently with the election of Zelensky. And that highlights a second flaw. Since Putin fears democracy and the threat it poses to his regime and not NATO expansion, taking the latter off the table will not quell his rapacious appetite. The declared goal of the invasion, denazification of Ukraine, is a code for the end game, anti-democratic regime change while restoring Russia's faded empire. Ukraine is the key. Like Xi, Putin is also rewriting history. You know that better than anyone here in Hungary. Denazification is a continuation of a Russian lie that it alone won the Second World War and is still entitled to the spoils of victory. Peruse any Kremlin-approved history, and you will not read that it was the industrial strength and wealth of the United States and the British Empire waging a global as opposed to a continental war that kept the Soviet Union afloat in the wake of Stalin's diplomatic and military blunders, his own alliance with Adolf Hitler, and his psychotic massacre of the Red Army's officer corps. You have seen this act in Budapest before. Remove the popular government, install a puppet, just as the Soviet did across Eastern Europe with its tanks. With the notable exception of certain countries in the east of Europe, which are rapidly expanding their military capabilities in the face of increased Russian aggression. There is a sense, according to, I think, Mr. O'Sullivan's friend in London, Con Coughlin of The Telegraph, that the richest European nations are sleepwalking toward disaster. He said that last week. Even little Denmark, which has also faced the brunt of Islamic extremism, has punched above its own weight in sounding the alarm as much as a little country like that can. Prime Minister Frederiksen said last week that Western Europe's muddled thinking is compounded by the distinct lack of urgency regarding attempts to prepare for a future confrontation with Russia. In London and Paris, the main priority appears to be working out which domestic spending programs, such as fixing potholes in Paris, come from reducing the defense budget, while Eastern Europe is contemplating military training for all able-bodied males. Even little Lithuania can now put twice as many troops into the field as the combined armies of the United Kingdom and Germany, the fifth and fourth largest economies on the planet. So, whither the United States? British history is the answer for that. Lord Esher, writing in 1908, a confidant of King Edward VII, was able to contrast the differences in strategic outlook between the global British superpower and its European-centric rival, Hohenzollern Germany. He wrote that the issues confronting Berlin were simple and stable compared with those affecting our worldwide empire, and they are purely military, whereas there is hardly any point on the surface of the earth which can change ownership, and certainly not a modification in the relative power of two foreign states, can take place without affecting the national strategy of the British Isles. Substitute Britain for America. It is America with interests in preserving stability in Europe and the Pacific. Our basic strategic posture has not changed since Thomas Jefferson's presidency. The protection of the liberal world order is essential for the continued safety and prosperity of the American nation. The freedom to navigate the global commons has expanded beyond 19th century sea lanes and now includes air, space, and cyber. Britain's Georgian and Victorian strategic imperative was to prevent a single power from dominating the European continent. For the United States, this means preventing one nation or a combination of nations from dominating any one of the commons. During the rivalry with the Soviet Union, the prospect of defending the commons was conceptually easy. However, the rise of China, revanchist Russia, and militant Islam convinced many, particularly on the new right, that the world is far too complicated for traditional strategic thinking, and that we must again retreat behind our vast oceans, or at best withdraw from all parts of the world except the Pacific. Who cares who controls the wheat fields of Ukraine? America walking away is a prescription for national suicide. Golda Meir warned us that when someone tells you over and over again he wants to kill you, believe him. And we had better believe Xi, Putin, and the mullahs. Or we reject 3,000 years of human progress that began at that moment when Abraham emerged from his tent in the Judean desert. I will close with one last note from Mr. Churchill. Speaking in 1948, he said, "There was never a more easy to stop than that which has just wrecked what was left of the world from the previous struggle. The malice of the wicked was enforced by the weakness of the virtuous. We have reached that point again. We still have time to stave off disaster by confronting the malice of the wicked before someone utters the two most lamentable words in the English language, too late." Thank you all again for your great courtesy, and it's an honor to be here.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, so our last panel of the day, pivoting off that wonderful speech, thank you. Can Europe defend itself, NATO sovereignty, and the search for strategic autonomy? So joining the panel will be Robert Wilkie, who we've just heard, but he will be joined also by Justin Logan, Director of Defense and Foreign Policy Studies at the Cato Institute, by Eliza bin Noon, a former political director, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Israel, and a former ambassador to Hungary and France, and Distinguished Fellow at Ludovica Public Diplomacy Hub here in Budapest. Also on the panel will be Gergely Nemet, who's the Chief Executive Officer at the Defense Innovation Research Institute of Hungary, or VICI for short, and also Samantra Maitra, who's Director of Research and Outreach, the American Ideas Institute. And their moderator today will be our returning visiting fellow, Carlos Roa, and he will moderate the panel. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you.
Test. All right, excellent. Right, I will just dive right in. I'll just dive right in. I will just be moderating and encouraging discussion amongst the panelists, so I'll just try to speak as little as possible to allow you all to maximize time. Just getting right into it with NATO. The Soviet Union is long gone, and for a while, NATO was, many would say, without a mission. The Russian-Ukrainian war has seemingly breathed new life into this, but there still remains the imbalance of most of the alliance depends upon the United States, and there's a question of whether Europe can provide, can balance out the United States, especially given that the United States is signaling quite openly that it wants to focus on other theaters, In Pacific, we had Secretary of Defense, now Secretary of War, Hegseth say so as much in February. So is NATO revived or is it on borrowed time? I think I'll start with Sumatra, since you're the one who coined dormant NATO, and I think you had, I won't say it, but you helped Hegseth in a certain sense.
Yeah, no, I don't think NATO is going anywhere. Dormant NATO didn't suggest that NATO will be obsolete tomorrow. It suggested a better burden sharing, which is essentially what the administration's policy is now. The challenge in front of any great power is to husband the resources with the structure of the global politics. And the structure of the global politics is based on polarizations. Like that isn't something that political scientists just bring it out of their behind. It's a fact. It's a historical fact. It depends on various very measurable, quantifiable variables: aggregate power, geographic proximity, offensive capabilities. These are not something which are things which people just design out of their own. Depending on those variables, the structure of the globe now is very different than what it was in 10 years or 15 years' time. There are two very different ways or ideas even within conservatism. Some would want to bring back everything from Europe and can completely retrench. There are some of them, obviously. They're not the majority. A majority would actually want to prioritize the American, power behind challenges and problems that we face in the next few years. In that case, there is obviously an order of challenges. So the biggest one is obviously China, given the power and the aggregate power that it has. Probably the secondary option would be the Western Hemisphere, given that it's right next to the United States. Then, in order of importance, it would be Europe and Middle East and Africa. But fundamentally, in order to do that, you need to have some kind of developed model with which you share some burden, in which case dormant NATO suggests that the nuclear power, naval power, nuclear umbrella, all these would still be under American hands, but there would be a greater share by the Europeans when it comes to simple things that they already can do, but they do not, justifiably so, because they so far have thought that they don't really face any hegemonic challenge. Now, one can quibble on what kind of hegemonic challenge they still face, but there is a war going on in this continent, and given that it's in the European continent, it is the burden of Europe to take more burden to create a new security architecture. To that cause, it would be advisable for any government, and hopefully we would see some in the next national defense strategy, that in certain areas like logistics and intelligence and infantry and armor, we would be able to see some major shift towards the European powers, while we still broadly keep the big ones like the nuclear umbrella, given that Europe has got no coordinated nuclear umbrella. I think Justin might disagree with me on that one a little bit, but I think so far that's a plausible compromise. The last thing that one should mention before I give up the mic is it's also a question of time. Today, if we constantly quibble about burden sharing, tomorrow, when the hammer blow falls in the east, if it happens, again, matter of debate, but if it does, there won't be any debate. We simply don't have the manpower to manage two different fields of especially massive great powers opposed to each other. It is in American interest to divide those powers. We have done that before, and we should perhaps try to prioritize more on the place that we face more threat compared to the one that we face relatively less, and where we have allies which are essentially rich and powerful.
Well, thanks. Thank you for inviting me here. It's a great pleasure, although I have to say, as a long-standing advocate of burden shifting in Europe, if we count Sumatra, there are like 3.5 Americans on this panel. So it's already a little too American for my taste, but thank you for having me here. And among those Americans, I think what you may see reflected here is a real generational split when it comes to foreign policy, where I think that the energy, if you look at the sort of J.D. Vance's, and the energy on what was called the sort of the new right, it's all about scarcity. It's all about the United States operating under constraints. The United States has a debt to GDP ratio now of north of 100% of GDP. It's running $2 trillion a year budget deficits. It faces a competitor in the form of communist China that has a greater GDP relative to the United States than the Soviet Union ever did. So that's the sort of constellation of facts that confronts the United States. Now let's get back to the question, can Europe defend itself? Let me present you with some facts about NATO Europe. It has, depending on how one counts using purchasing power parity or market exchange rates or a mixture of the two, between 5 and 10 times Russia's GDP. It has between 5 and 6 times Russia's population. And it, at present day, spends more than Russia spends on defense. If we answer the question, can Europe defend itself, in the negative, we have a real foundational problem in Europe. Now, I think Europe can defend itself based on those secular fundamental realities that the continent possesses, advantages that may be waxing over time, but still exist in the present. But I would just put down a marker that I think that the sort of, I hear echoes of sort of William Crystal and Robert Kagan, that there is a Goliath, an alignment of all the evil in the world pointed at the United States, and that the United States and only the United States can lead the troops into victory. And I just think that stands askance the set of facts that I just presented. If you look at debt to GDP ratios in the 1980s, or in the 1970s, or in the 1960s, the United States really stood bestride the world in so many metrics. And so I think what I want to impress on you is that in this sort of younger generation on the right of center, there is a real sense that the United States, for the first time in our careers, faces scarcity. Strategy, at the end of the day, is about choice among scarce resources, deploying scarce resources to a variety of ends. And in the fall, in the 1990s rather, and the 2000s, there was this sense in the United States that we could have more guns and more butter on every issue forever. That game is up, unfortunately. And at present, if you're talking about resolving the national debt, both political parties in the United States have said that both Social Security and Medicare, the two biggest drivers of that deficit, are off the table. The Republican Party used to make funny noises with their mouths about wanting to fix those problems, but never really did anything about them. And now both parties agree that they're off the table. After that comes interest on the debt, which a lot of people are making funny noises with their mouths about being able to default on part of the debt while not nuking the dollar in the process. Everybody knows that's nonsense. And guess what comes after that? Defense spending. So we're facing downward pressure on defense spending in the present day, and that means, depending on what one assumes the optimal amount of defense spending required to defend Europe would be, increased defense spending in Europe. So I just want to leave that with a sort of framing set of remarks.
Amos, as our Hungarian on the panel, I imagine you have thoughts on whether Europe can rearm itself.
Right, and I should also be considered as a rare bird in these woods for other reasons, because I'm a defense planner and a long-range analyst, so I'm not going to be tough on policy discussion, but I may offer some remarks on the defense side of that. And of course, I should add that I'm also a person who had the honor to serve in Brussels at the NATO HQ, and then I served in Norfolk, Virginia, at the American NATO HQ, and of course now I'm serving in Hungarian flags, and you know how it is. Once you start to see the power of NATO as a European and as a Hungarian, you cannot unsee it anymore. So I will be, of course, in favor of some of the issues, though I would wholeheartedly agree what already has been said. So first of all, when we approach the NATO burden sharing issue and the kind of utility of NATO, The critical problem for us, the challenge for us, is the curse of knowledge, hindsight, because we live in a world where NATO exists. And whenever we look into challenges vis-à-vis NATO, we still are completely unable to imagine a world without NATO. There is no alternative to NATO, because that is sitting on the shoulder of 70 years evolution. And now our great US colleagues are starting to experience it in the Indo-Pacific, where they are building up the AUKUS alliance. And of course, you can generate capabilities together. You can create collaborative defense industrial value chains. But building up a C2, building up shared operational planning, this is something which cannot happen overnight. It takes time. And time is on the side of NATO because of this evolution. Then the second issue is the marginal utility theory from the economics. The marginal utility theory posits that the price of every common good is determined by the next comparable. Surprise, surprise, there is nothing comparable to NATO. And this is why it is indispensable. And when you compare the European Union defense capabilities to NATO, also this is subpar because that was developed for a different purpose. It has its values, but only in the framework of complementarity. At the same time, our US colleagues are right, and the current administration is of course emphasizing it, that NATO still runs on an old input model. It means that Europe's underweight hard power is somehow husbanded with US as the ultimate insurer. And we have to figure out a way which is better reflecting also US priorities, who wants to pivot away, at least, tilt, pivot, it's another good discussion, and reform its armed forces. I was dealing with future force designs when I was working in Norfolk. So I can tell you the Americans are really focused on the future war and future force designs. And in order to reform your armed forces, you need time, you need resources, you need focus. And in order to get it, there is a space for a fairer burden sharing. At the same time, as others have already emphasized, the arithmetic is very clear. European allies still need time. It takes time to actually ramp up the capabilities, ramp up the boutique-like defense industry, and ramp up the bonsai armies of their former selves, the miniaturized armies of their former self. It takes time and it takes political willingness, but the discussion is heading towards the right direction. And if we have patience while we continue discussing and reflecting on results in the forthcoming 5 years, then probably by 2028 we will be in the position to answer one of your preliminary questions, whether Europe can step up or not. Not today, we need time, but by 2028 we will know, or the time of reckoning may come.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm not a scholar nor a researcher, so I will come and try to explain how I see NATO from the perspective of Israel. And thank you very much, Robert, for your warm words. I agree with everything that you said. Israel has been having very good relations with NATO especially since 1994, when the Mediterranean dialogue was established with a few, countries in the Middle East. Israel is considered, I think, the closest and the most significant outside of NATO ally, even today. The cooperation was really very, very, in a way, rich. I mean, it's not only cybersecurity, counterterrorism, information and intelligence sharing, common exercises and drill, cooperating with the Eastern European countries, but it's also discussions and intelligence papers. And I think that for NATO, the Israeli added value is quite clear. Having said that, and this brings me to your question. In the last, for sure, almost 2 years, since the 7th of October, but even before that, the relations between Israel and NATO became kind of relations with the mistress under the radar, because there are, a few countries, especially Turkey, who vetoed any cooperation with Israel. And since most of the countries that are members of NATO are European countries, European Union and European countries, the differences between or among these countries vis-à-vis Israel, I think, reflect in a way to what extent NATO in the future can be sovereign and can be autonomous from the US. I think that given the complexity of the inter-states relations and interests within the EU, and sometimes also between Europe and the US, I think it will be very difficult for NATO to persist without the US. I don't think even they want it. I mean, we saw after the last June summit, the declarations that came out and Secretary General's Rutte statements about the future of NATO did not in any way imply that Europe wants to disconnect itself from the US. Not at all. Yes, they said that there had to be an increased cooperation, more budgets, everybody abided by the 5% expenditure, who more, who less. But at the end of the day, I think that there is an understanding also among the European countries that the anchor is the US. For sure, for Israel, given the strategic relations, for us, the US is the number one partner in the world, not only in Europe, in the whole world. And in that respect, for us, it is extremely important, to have this structure, to continue the cooperation, which, like I said, a little bit was put on the back burner in the last 2 years or so. But I think that without the US, NATO will not be the same NATO. And we see it, in many theaters in the world, especially in the Middle East, where NATO is present only in Iraq. But there are different kinds of collaborations with different countries in the Middle East. I think that the problems that we see within Europe, and again, I mean, we face it, especially in the last months in Brussels, the disagreements between the different countries show that it'll be, how shall I say, diplomatically not very easy for the European countries to agree upon different issues that are of relevance to this alliance.
I've already taken up a great deal of your time. This is such a wide-ranging topic. Let me start with a few statistics and then a little history. And Jim Carafano's going to laugh because I'm going to pick on Canadians. When I was born, Canada had the fourth largest army in NATO. Eisenhower said the finest troops he commanded in World War II were Canadian. Battle records second to none. If you don't believe me, visit the battlefields, the cemeteries that the Empire has established and now the Commonwealth in places like Ypres, Passchendaele, and you will see what I mean. Today, the Canadian Army is the size of the Alabama National Guard, our 30th largest state. There are less than 50 pilots in the Royal Canadian Air Force. I mentioned little Lithuania can put 100,000 more troops in the field than Britain and Germany combined. The British, there are more active duty troops at Fort Bragg, North Carolina than there are in the British Army. You can't even fill Wembley Stadium with the British Army. Of course, why would they want to watch that product anyway? But that's another issue for you football fans out there. They had the only World Cup they won was on their home soil, and they cheated. I'm sorry. That goal never crossed the line. The Germans will maintain that to this day. So we've seen the contraction of European power, and Canada is the classic example. But it's not just Canada. We're talking about resources. The United States now possesses 2,500 bombers that the last one of which came online in the first year of the Kennedy administration. We have the smallest Navy since 1936. As Undersecretary of Defense for policy, for preparedness, for readiness, I spent more on health care for dependent Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force dependents than Germany and France spend on defense combined. That's just health care for children. And this is not a new issue. People remember President Kennedy's inaugural address where he asked Americans not what their government can do for them. They don't remember, the Europeans conveniently leave out the second part of that paragraph where he said, don't ask what America can do for you, but what you can do for the peace of the world. This has been an issue for us since the 1960s. It accelerated in the miasma of ahistoric feelings after the collapse of the Soviet Union. So let me get to where I think we should be with Europe. I always go back to China. There are elements in the administration who believe that unless you're talking about China directly, they don't want to talk to you, that everything is based on how we respond to China. I will make the argument that confronting Putin, ensuring Putin loses, ensuring that Israel does not suffer from the fanatics in Tehran, and that we assist them and once again be part of any threat, of responding to any threat. The reason I say that's important is if I'm Xi and I make that decision to go at Taiwan, the first two calls I'm going to make are going to be to Moscow and Tehran to disperse American interest and power across the globe. And that's the symbiotic relationship. I gave you all the cultural reasons why we need to do this and historic reasons for helping people confront Putin, as well as Iran. But it all goes back to China. We are in a much better place militarily in the Pacific than we are in Europe. China is surrounded by nations with thousand-year memories of Chinese aggression that has played out as recently as wars that China has waged against Vietnam, which it lost, off and on wars with India. Those nations are arming at an electric pace. Then we come back to Europe. That has been the greatest problem for American defense policy. And that is the one, let me also say, President Trump, when he says America first, does not mean America alone. It never has. This is the president who in his first term killed 300 Russians in the Syrian desert and dared Putin to say something about it. This is the president who killed Soleimani and dared the Iranians to do something about that after provocations. So this is not someone who is averse to using the powers of the armed forces of the United States. But what we need to do in the United States is retool and rebrand. Another example, as the undersecretary, I signed off on a $7 billion aircraft carrier. I reluctantly did it because in my mind, I think that's the battle line of the 1940s. That aircraft carrier is still in dock in Newport News. The price tag as of last month was $17.5 billion. Now, what president of the United States is going to put a $17.5 billion carrier within range of $1 million Chinese anti-ship missile? This is the kind of thing that Cato is absolutely right about. We are not spending the dollars that we have cogently. We still have systems and methods of deployment that Ike and Bradley and Patton would recognize. That's why what was said about the efforts in places like Norfolk, which I participated in as a young intelligence officer, are absolutely vital. But these things won't work unless Europe wakes up. And it hasn't. It's been a lot of talk. And the only other advice I would give to the Europeans, if they are serious about doing this, with the backstop of strategic American power, don't try to replicate mirror images of America's armed forces. There is no need for Belgium to build tanks. Germany has a lot of experience building tanks. That's the kind of thing that the European nations, through NATO, have to get solved. What kind of symbiotic forces will they put in the field that play upon each country's strength? Because the road to disaster would be for each one of these members to try to replicate what we have at Fort Bragg, what we have at Offutt Air Force Base, etc. It's vital that we maintain our tether to Europe, historically, militarily, and for the security of the United States. But we need Europe's help. That line of defense in Europe is no longer the Paris-Berlin axis. It now starts in Scandinavia, comes through Warsaw here to Athens. Those are the nations that are doing their fair share to defend themselves, and the rest of most of Western Europe should be ashamed.
Yeah, I would like simply to take up from where you left about the need for Europe to wake up, because what we see in the last year, and especially in the last months, and we're all now gearing up towards the unilateral recognition of a Palestinian state next week in New York, to some extent, I don't know, show me that Europe did not really wake up. What is happening now within certain countries in Europe, and I was quite a little bit disappointed also to see von der Leyen's speech last week about severing the relations with Israel and even suspending maybe the economic relations.
Let me add, for those of you who don't know, you may not know today, the British Army, MOD, just announced that Israeli officers will no longer be welcome at Camberley at any of their military schools.
Right. Thank you very much. I did see that, and again, it joins other measures that have been taken lately that actually corner Israel, and Israel is an ally of NATO. We speak about NATO. Israel is the country that is there in the forefront, coping and trying to answer challenges that are not only Israel's. It's the challenges of the Western world. You mentioned Iran. Iran, it's true, it's weakened. The axis of evil is weakened. Syria's regime collapsed. But the Houthis are still there, and they harm the economy of the whole world. And even with Iran, the situation is, yes, I mean, their nuclear program was put on hold, but not for eternity. So the challenges in the Middle East are still there. And Israel is facing these challenges after the horrors of the 7th of October. So Europe has to wake up, because Europe is also a target to these extremists. And it's not only a question, for the future. It's the present that is there. So I think that what we see till now, and what we see, all these anti-Israeli sentiments, also that is relevant to different publics in many European countries, is very dangerous, because it only strengthens those elements, those extreme elements that are also threatening the Europeans themselves. So in autonomous Europe, again, I come back to what I've said before, is there such a thing as Europe? It's 27 countries who are not seeing eye to eye in many issues, many challenges that they themselves have to answer.
Respond or no?
I mean, if you're going to throw it out, sure. Thanks. Yeah, no, I finally assembled some more thoughts. So I agree. At the risk of offending my Irish ancestors, I want to glom on to something about the British Empire that Mr. Wilkie remarked upon, and that was the enduring British interest in what, if you'll forgive a sort of nonsense international relations term, counter-hegemony, right? The Brits didn't want one country to dominate the European landmass for good reasons. And in my view, the United States basically inherited that central interest in Europe and, I would say, other regions of the world, right? We don't want one country to dominate Europe. We didn't want Kaiser Bill to dominate Europe. We sure didn't want Adolf Hitler to dominate Europe, and we didn't want Joe Stalin to dominate Europe. Is Vladimir Putin a threat to dominate Europe? Is a state that struggles to bully a much smaller, much weaker neighbor A threat to infantilize, Finlandize, or conquer France and Germany? What are we talking about here? It can be one or it can be the other, but it can't be both. When it comes back to the resource question, I want to raise the point about how the Americans sending weaponry, in particular air defenses, in huge numbers, both to Ukraine and to the Middle East in the past years, have drained America's arsenal low. There was an article in The Guardian about 2 months ago when there was a huge hue and cry in Washington about a slow delay of deliveries of anti-aircraft weapons and air defense weapons to Ukraine, in which they revealed that to fulfill existing U.S. defense plans around the world, we had about 25% of the required air defenses to fulfill existing plans. Those are resource constraints. Those require choices. Those require burden shifting. And I just think I'm reminded of the old joke, if you'll forgive, I've sort of been the dark cloud here, let's leaven it with a joke. There's a physicist, a chemist, and an economist stranded on a desert island. And all they have is a can of beans. And they're all puzzling in their own fields how to open this can of beans. And the chemist says, well, hey, wait a minute, let's put some seawater on it and put it in the sun. And the seawater and the sun will corrode the can, and we'll simply pull the top back after that. The physicist says, no, that's not how you open a can. We'll tie up this rock to this vine, swing it, drop it down, bam, the can opens and we can eat the beans. And the economist says, gentlemen, why all this trouble? Simply do what the economists do and assume a can opener. And that, I think, there's a certain amount of can opener assuming happening with how we're going to bridge resource. I see the joke bomb, sorry. How we're going to bridge resource constraints. If you want the sort of hawk view on this question, look at the National Defense Strategy Review Commission, which is top to bottom with military Keynesians, hawks of all stripes, et cetera, right? And if you do the work that they sketch out, they basically acknowledge that U.S. strategy is insolvent at present. My best calculation says to fulfill what they want to do in the world, we need to find $300 or $400 billion per year to plug the gap. That's a lot of money even for the United States. And the way that they show their work in the sort of great tradition of assuming a can opener is they have a sort of heroic footnote that says, well, we're going to have to cut benefits and increase taxes in order to do this. Well, you have to show your work on these questions. And so I'm a little bit, of a sort of nervous Nelly on this stuff because these insolvencies are compounding over time, and most of our allies and partners in the world are also insolvent. If you look at the problem facing Taiwan, if you look at the problem facing Japan, and say if they were left on their own, are their exertions enough to defend themselves? I think the answer is clearly no. There's a certain path dependency that's developed here where everybody just sort of thinks, well, the Americans will finally pull themselves together. They'll figure out how to do it. And I simply can't assume a heroic can opener enough to fix all this.
Everyone should go and read his essay, Uncle Sucker, by the way. I strongly suggest it. Not open. Anyway, you guys can hear me now. Look, he's the animated one, so I'm going to take the more toned-down approach. Yeah, right. I'm an Anglican, so... That's right. Look, at the end of the day, whether it's in history or political science, there is always a question of causality, right? If you read Bridge Colby, if you read, the previous NDS, there's this one single question which everyone asks, like, Robert mentioned, like, how Canadians used to be the big, second biggest power. Germany in 1989 had 12 divisions in the, facing the Third Shock Army because at a moment's notice the Soviets could have crossed over. No one asks in political science or history, why did those forces go down? Part of on one hand, we have this idea of phases, 3 different phases of NATO expansion that has happened. The first phase, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, and Poland, no one had bats an eyelid. We promised that we're going to have like 60,000 troops, but no one is going to cross the Polish border. They're all going to be based on this side. We cut down the troops from 1991 to 93. There is a template of that. And then it kind of like changes in 97 and 99. And then after 2001, there's this massive Big Bang theory of this enormous expansion that happened. All of those things are facts. The reason, though, that the Western powers
are keeping their forces down while the eastern parts are ramping up is not just magic. It is explained by political science. There is a concept of buck passing. The Western powers are seeing that their frontiers are moving every day inexorably to the east. The Eastern powers who have experience of Soviet domination are chain-ganging because to them, they understand that the Western powers are not going to come and save them. Now, if you tie all these things together, there is one single theoretical chain which will explain what is happening. At the end of the day, the United States, compared to the British Empire, believe me, I am a child of the empire, so when I'm telling you, it is not all Presbyterian ministers, spreading morality. It was a realist power, The British Empire had a simple idea of balancing Europe by offshore balancing. Whenever there is a big power, you take the side of the small one, you cut it down. The Americans, as one of my British friends would have said, hate to be hated. So they institutionalized peace in the entire continent. Everyone under this one big umbrella, everyone just happy. And, what happened is the Western powers thought that, fine, Daddy's there, so he's going to come and save us. And the Eastern powers are like, the Western powers are not going to save us, so we have to keep Daddy here. We don't need that to happen. There is a simple solution of burden sharing. Like you still have the United States. You still have the United States tied to NATO, to the European Union. But on the other hand, you cannot be there all the time because otherwise you would not have Germany spend too much. 2032, 5%, I sincerely don't foresee that happening. If that does happen, I'm probably going to be alive, hopefully not going to be shot by that time. But I just don't see that happening. But if that does happen, then we are not even going to the Third Reich level. We are going to 1989 level, and that is fine. That is something which we should have.
Right, so we're in a situation, it seems, where NATO will endure in one way form or another, but whether individual European countries, plus Canada and others, can match, the target 5% spending is an open question. In the meantime, though, it will depend upon the Americans, but the Americans themselves are saying, well, we need to refocus our limited scarce resources and so on and so forth, so we can guarantee everyone's security. This creates the lovely situation, and now I can finally go to the issue of sovereignty and strategic autonomy. Our countries are now incentivized to say, well, hang on, what other options still within the NATO umbrella can we consider? Is there a potential for a looser system of sovereign partnerships? Open question.
I'll take this one first. Yes, there is. One of the simple ways that you can actually have NATO burden sharing within is to have mini-ententes. Like that is there written in various different theories and strategies, and even hopefully in the next one, even the Trump administration has made signs to mention that, look, if you have a massive expanding alliance, which is now stalled, and you have various different components within this alliance where the interests don't match, one of the things that you can do is shift the command and coordination to local ententes. There are examples of that, Germany and Lithuania, the Brits and the Poles, the Baltic states have coordinated themselves. The Dutch and the Germans have joint coordinations. The French and the Greek have got joint coordinations in the Aegean facing Turkey. So there are examples of mini-ententes that's happening. Again, everything starts with strategy in this business. The moment you don't define your paradigm as to at what point of time would you do everything, and then at what point of time you're going to go back and let the others kind of find a natural equilibrium, we haven't decided on that part. Hopefully there will be new directions in the new NSS, but at this point of time, what we can do is encourage the Europeans to have their command and coordination jointly together. Those are simple things. You don't need the Americans to tell you that you shouldn't have 14 different battle tanks. That's common sense. Interoperability is something that Europeans can manage on their own.
I agree. I'm one of the few people who think de Gaulle's move to create an independent French nuclear force was one of the most important elements in the victory that came with the collapse of the Soviet Union, in that regardless of what the United States did, regardless of what the political climate in the United States was, the Soviet Union still had to figure in what the Fifth Republic would do. Also, to some extent, what the United Kingdom would do, even though they were certainly more closely aligned. with America's strategic control than was France. So I think that's absolutely the way to go. The partnerships within Europe, based on the strategic imperatives that each of those partnerships see. I mean, it sounds sophomoric. And build your forces around that. Look, I agree that this is not the Soviet Union of 300 millions. I mean, the notion that this guy can move into Poland right now, or Finland has more artillery tubes than any country on the planet. If the Soviet Union's successor would try to attempt what Stalin attempted, and by the way, in 3 months, Stalin lost 380,000 dead. We only lost 400,000 in all of World War II. There would not be nothing left of St. Petersburg. It would be flat. And what I am arguing is for preparedness, to ensure that Russia stays on its side. I mean, I'm always got in the back of my mind, there was a great story with Averell Harriman, who was FDR's stooge, pro-Soviet ambassador to Moscow. He was at the Victory Parade in 1945, and he tried to make small talk with the Marshal. And he said, "Marshal, aren't you proud as to how quickly the Red Army advanced into Germany and won the war?" And he said, "No, Tsar Alexander got all the way to Paris." That is still the underlying ethic of the Russian nation, no matter what its reduced state is. But going back to its partnership with China, it does go back to China. Iran's part of that, and we just have to be vigilant. But this is not World War II.
Real briefly, since we're about to run out of time, so...
Just shortly. I think that in order for NATO to keep its deterrence image, they are much stronger and much more deterring when they are, one unit that is Europe, US, Canada, for what it, takes, than just local partnerships and coalitions, which in any case, like you said, rightly exist. I think that at the end of the day, burden sharing, of course, is important, and they're heading towards that. It will take time, like you said. It's not something that will be solved, in a few years. But NATO should, and NATO actually succeeded throughout the years to revitalize itself. Whenever it seemed that they lost their raison d'être, new challenges forced them to revitalize themselves. But one has to be very careful and not to focus, I think, on local coalitions and local neighborhood countries who maybe share the same interest, which not always goes in line with the interests of further, countries. So autonomy is, again, is a tricky thing. I think that for NATO to, because it's the only coalition, it's the only ally that have a weight in the world. I think it'd be very dangerous, if suddenly we see NATO splitting and focusing rather on regional interest, immediate interest, than maintaining its character as we've seen it, as we see it, and as it was meant to be.
Kirk, last word, since we're almost out of time.
Yeah, just very quickly. So I clearly see the sense of urgency in the room, and also the kind of, from many perspectives, and the keenness to shift burden to Europe. And on a long term, it's not necessarily a bad thing for Europe and the alliance at the same time. And we talked about input, and of course there is the 5% GDP spending. And we talked about output, or the great examples from Honorable Wilkie. But what I would like to mention is the inertia. And again, that leads back to, while we are discussing these issues as urgent as they are, we have to understand the logic of inertia, and that Europe is actually building up from a boutique industrial base, toolkits, supply chains, interdependencies everywhere. Standing plans, they are credible because of the United States strategic enablers. Access to the global commons is not ensured for Europe. Access to globally critical infrastructure is not ensured to Europe. So actually, these are all issues where Europe will need some time in order to create the capabilities what are requested by the United States from its European allies. And the good news, again, is that we have a thing which is called NATO defense planning process. And because I spent 20 years in it, I have to name it. So NATO defense planning process is actually the process within NATO which connects strategic ambitions with capability delivery. And the process starts now. So just in the right time to actually inform European long-term development plans, European long-term investment plans and industrial plans, as well as the separate agendas for innovation. So I think we are in a pretty solid spot right now to continue discussing, even criticizing different perspectives, but at the same time we should remain hopeful that we have the right moment right now, and we have all the tools to achieve the ambitions which are requested by our own security need and that of the United States new administration.
I would love to keep on going. This is a great panel, but we are out of time, and we are moving on to the closing speech of the day. Ellen?
Luckily, the closing speech isn't me. Well, thank you very much to the panel for that. Now, before we come to the closing speaker, I just want to reiterate, for those who are going to the reception this evening, please gather outside the gallery as soon as the speech ends, a 4:45, about 50-minute speech, and there is a bus outside, so we'll go out as a group to that. It'll be near the building. So 4:45, 4:50 to go outside for those who are coming to that, who've been invited to that reception. With no further ado, I'd like to bring us to the closing remarks of the day, and we're very honored to have with us today to deliver these the Charge d'Affaires at the Embassy of the United States of America to Hungary, Robert Palladino. Robert.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to close this first day of the Danube Institute and Heritage Foundation's Geopolitical Summit. My thanks to John O'Sullivan, to Jay Carafano, and our Hungarian hosts for convening such a serious gathering. The very fact that so many statesmen, scholars, and thinkers have gathered here in Budapest says something profound. The search for order is not only alive, it's urgent. The theme of the summit is the future of power, finding order in a time of chaos. And yes, we live in turbulent times. The post-war liberal order seems dated. Strategic rivalries are sharpening, and the institutions that once promised stability must adapt or they risk irrelevance. And the turbulence of our age was brought home painfully by the vile assassination of Charlie Kirk. He was a tireless advocate for young Americans, and his voice resonated far beyond our shores. His murder is a stark reminder that political violence has no place in the West, that order must be forged, not through violence, but through conviction, courage, and the clash of ideas. But chaos is not the final word. For nations with deep civilisational roots, chaos is a test and an opportunity. A test of whether we remember who we are. An opportunity to recommit to what we cherish. And that's why the United States and Hungary matter to one another today. We are allies not because we share membership in NATO or trade across the Atlantic. We are allies because we share a conviction. Sovereignty, faith, family, and culture, these are not outdated. This is oxygen. Borders matter. Families matter. Nations matter. And without them, nothing else endures. Too often in Brussels, we hear the opposite, that sovereignty must be pooled, that borders are passé, that culture is something to be managed. America and Hungary know better. Nations that forget who they are cannot defend what they have. President Trump is clear. America's alliances must rest not on abstract universalism, but on shared civilizational commitments. And that is why Hungary is not a partner of convenience. It's a partner of conviction. Take security. NATO's strongest, not when it issues communiques, but when nations shoulder real responsibility. Paper promises don't keep the peace. Real investment does. Lasting peace comes not from words, but from strength. Take energy. Energy is not just a commodity. It's the essential component for growth and security. The United States has become an energy superpower. We're working with Hungary to diversify and secure its supplies. And these are not just economic choices. They're the acts of sovereignty. Take migration. To surrender control of your borders is to surrender sovereignty itself. And to surrender your borders is to surrender your future. America has said so plainly. Hungary has acted on it. And take the family. A nation that weakens the family weakens itself. Every civilization rises or falls on whether it protects its children. Lesson is clear. Order is built not by supranational blueprints. Order is built by nations that know their story and are willing to fight for it. This is the principle guiding President Trump's America First foreign policy. Sovereignty is not selfishness. It's national self-respect. And it's the precondition for cooperation. Nations that know who they are can work together. Nations that forget cannot. Hungary has a pivotal role in this emerging world. At the crossroads of Europe, it has shown that a mid-sized state with clarity of purpose can punch far above its weight. Its defense of sovereignty and family, this is not a threat to the West. It's a reminder of what made the West strong in the first place. So the Trump administration welcomes Hungary's voice in this debate. We may not agree on every tactic, but we share a conviction. Civilization, not technocracy, must anchor the future of power. So where do we go from here? We build networks of civilizational allies. We strengthen defense cooperation. We expand energy partnerships that free us from hostile leverage. We grow trade and investment that enrich our peoples. And we do it all while remembering who we are. That's how order is forged in chaos. Empires rise and fall, institutions come and go, civilizations endure. The challenge before us is to renew the bonds of civilization that tie us across the Atlantic. The United States stands with Hungary, not as a patron, not as a critic, but as a civilizational ally determined to forge order in a time of chaos. And I look forward to continuing this conversation with many of you this evening at the residence, not in the spirit of bureaucracy, but in the spirit of friendship. Thank you.